Good morning, boys and girls. Welcome in. Our little Volpera could do with learning some new dance moves, really. Why are emotes and cosmetic dances not a thing in World of Warcraft? I could make use of those. But how are we all doing? Are we good? Are we good? Hope we're well. Starting a little early this morning. Want to get on the go nice and quickly. Big day. Big day today. Reset day. Massive vault. Biggest of big vaults. Blizzard losing. They're leaving money on the table. Money on the table. Alright, let's turn the tunes down just a bit. This is how we're starting today. You ready for this? Oh my god, I've got no nails. It doesn't work. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah! That's how we're starting this morning today. We'll get the coffee on the go later. I found an ice cold Red Bull at the back of the fridge. So I'm like, yes please. We're starting with that today. A beer? No, unfortunately not. With wings, that's what we're starting today with. With wings. It's kind of hot in here though. It's deceptively warm for the end of September. I was walking the dogs and it's like I had to take my coat off. It's deceptively warm outside and it's also now warm in here. I'm wondering if I should open the window before we get going here. We need some light in here actually. Illumination. Hi dog. Let's try with the window open for a bit. It's not like hot, it's just muggy in here. Alrighty. After our delves yesterday though, you know what we should have? We should have an absolutely massive, humongous vault. Bigger than you have ever seen in your life. Humongous. Wow, look at the crowd of people. What we got then? What we got? Should we find out? Let's turn off all the things. It's scary. Far too scary to have all the things first thing this morning. Massive vault. Where's all my hunter nerds at? I need some hunter nerds to tell me what we use in here. Set? Not even set. Ring. Okay. We've got Raid Finder set piece, which we do kind of need. Raid Finder shoulders, which we also kind of need. Both at 590. Oh no, one's at 593, one's at 587, which is pretty tragic. It feels super bad taking these when there's 616s. Can I not take this 616 and throw it in the catalyst? Gear junkies, tell me what the path is here. Surely this thing, throw it in the catalyst it, right? Get on the correct track and then catalyst. So 616, catalyst. That's what we're saying, right? Head. Nothing wrong with head in the morning. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Alternatively, there's a ring. 616 hero track ring. This is the play, right? This is the play. 593 belt. Meh. 593 shoulders. It's got to be 616. That's the one, isn't it? That's the one. Cheeky little 616. That is a 37% upgrade. And we turn it into set. We've already got our 2 set piece. We need one more to make it work. I think there's no reason we don't take that one. Done. Baskinet of the Stygian Sea. Stygian? Stygian? I don't know. Yoink. It is officially ours. Catalyst, where you at? Right. I need to. I'm going to assume this isn't a thing today, and we're gonna remove that now, just because I'm not entirely sure it's still actually 100% on. That makes me also want to quickly change this. Yeah, that'll do. Right. Throw it in here then, I guess. Boom. I've got 2 charges anyway. Lightless Scavenger's Skull. Nice. Go, go, gadget, go. Boom. Solid. Solid start to the week, that one. That's a cheeky little upgrade, you know. 616, we're going up in the world. Oh my god, it looks ridiculous. It looks actually ridiculous. Look like somebody's put a goat on my head. An evil goat. Okay. We're nearly fully epicked out, you know. I need a new cape, new back piece and 1 ring, and then we're fully epicked out. Check me out with my actual gearing for once in literally an expansion. I gear my character 1 time in an expansion usually. It's either right at the very beginning or right at the very end. But that's as good as we get today, I think, from that. Anybody else have some good vault luck today? Anybody get some juicy loots? I actually got a veteran weapon yesterday. It's lower item level, so it needs upgrading. But I should be able to take it further. Now we've had the vault, I think it's relatively safe to upgrade it if I can as well. Hero track, priest head with leech on it. Turned it into set. Nice. Now we're cooking. Sounds very nice. Do that a few weeks in a row and we'll be fine, won't we? Can we just zerg this to max? No, because I'm actually out of flight stones. Wow, imagine being out of flight stones. Imagine. Well, they're not called flight stones anymore, are they? They're valor stones, apparently. That is a lot. 1,450 needed to get it to, what, 606? Okay, well, I guess we're saving up on this, dude. Wasn't there some shenanigans about alts not getting the discount properly or something? I wonder if they fixed that.
May you find what you seek.
Right, let's grab our weekly stuff. Let's start grab our weekly stuff. Let's see what the aim is for the week. We got our do a dungeon somewhere. City of Threads. We have, what's the thing this week? Call to battle. Win 4 battleground matches. Well, we can ignore that one. Nope. 100 Titan disc fragments. Looted from dangerous creatures.
Our repair efforts would not be possible without you.
Should we just take that because it'll annoy me seeing a flipping question mark on my map permanently. And we should be able to go and have a little look, see if we've got any funky work orders. Start with the basics. Crafting orders. Weekly crafting order quest missing. Clever. Clever. No idea which add-ons put that there, but that's very clever. I'm going to assume that's no mats, no make. That's really smart. Is concentration the new garrison work tables? Well, patron orders full stop are just the mission table 2.0. The only drawback to it as a whole so far is that it has a constant running cost, whereas mission tables, you would basically set them up, automate the shit out of it, and just spam an add-on once every 2 days or whatever it was. Well, a lot of stuff seems to now not be quality 3 per request, which is definitely better. What add-on's the one that warns you? Yeah. Yes. I have no idea. I assume it's no mats, no make. It could be a craft sim, though. Could be either. Don't know. Remember running mission tables from the phone app? Well, it was funny because soon as the, what were they called? Venture plan and TLDR missions or something. And before the add-ons turned up that completely automated it. Let's pick real words. Yeah, you could do it from your phone. But as soon as those add-ons were so powerful, you could literally... People were hyper-optimizing their add-ons on their characters as well, so that they had, like, near instant load times. Load in, press a button, log out. That was it. You could literally do an entire character in about 4.5 seconds, which was quite funny. Millhouse seems to have calmed down with his requests. The reality is on this character, though, this is just a concentration Andy at this point. I'm not really trying to get as many knowledge points as I can. I'm just trying to give myself some button to press every day. Or as often as needed. Should probably still prioritize knowledge points a little bit though, shouldn't we? So maybe, what do we need? Pebbles. Pebbles and some bismuth. That looks like stone. Let's just grab everything. Jewel crafting. Or maybe not everything, but something. You want these at Q2? Of course you do. Can I just use quality 2 bismuth? Is that not going to make the whole thing much easier? Start order. Put you at quality 2. Bingo. Q2 bismuth's basically the same price, so it makes sense in my head. So one order. I need another one that's not. Of course, the one that requires all of the crushed gemstones is the one that has the knowledge point on it. Well, that one's easy enough. Oh, we need to make 2 decorative lenses. I never even bother making these. These are the biggest flop so far for jewel crafting, in my opinion. Huge, massive floppy. Never seen a bigger floppy. You only want it at Q2, that's fine. It's a lot of gold for a knowledge point, but we'll live with it. And then the big boy one. The irony, that's probably money, you know. Oh, it's not quite. Oh, we don't have the recipe. Well, it doesn't matter then, does it? Well, I guess they lied when they said that some patron orders will start to have some mats. Those patch notes were a little bit confusing to me because my take on it was that actually sometimes them not providing you mats was better because it meant that you could provide your own mats at the right quality to make it so that you could actually fill the damn order in the first place. Some of them were some of them that provided materials basically forced you into using concentration because they wanted high quality stuff provided mid-tier mats. So there's no amount of skill in the game is gonna get you across the finish line. You'd have to use concentration. Alright, we're just going to do this. Let's just hope for resource proc. Minimum order quality is 2. Oh, you are absolutely being... Okay. Q1 and Q2 gem dust is about the same. Change where we can do work orders from the warbank can't come soon enough. Yeah, that'll probably... When that kicks in, that's probably when I'll set up all of my alts. Before that, I'm not going to bother setting up all my alts, I don't think. Unless I have a really slow week and get really bored. I'm unlikely to set up all my alts until I can do that. I just want all of my stuff in the warbank. I want my alts to be able to use it to level up all of the professions and stuff. I don't want to be messing around with mats for them all. Far too much like hard work. Right, the rest of these, unless they're actually money, unless they genuinely make money. You have provided the crushed gemstones and the engraved gem cutter, though. For the cost of 6 gems, I'm almost borderline tempted in case we get a resourcefulness proc on it. It's technically not going to make us any gold. But I have so many flipping gems knocking about, it's basically free. Ah, no resourcefulness, never lucky. What about this one? Oh, that's actually money, to be fair. You'd pay that for the artisan security anyway. Oh, you want this at Q3? Aha, I see. Another... This is probably one of the last remaining concentration bait ones. Alright, sure. If you provide the gem dust, I think I'm going to do the orders. Provide the gem dust, I'll do the orders. Just purely on the chance that we get a resourcefulness proc. Ha! No, we've got a multi-craft proc. Well, there goes my luck for the day. Okay, how much 624 that's left us with. If that's left us with 624, there's the probability then. Let's put this to TSM just so it has roughly recent prices. If we go recipe scan, find out which one's the most profitable to craft. Quick sapphires are popping off today, apparently. Quick sapphires. Quick sapphires. Let's get this to Q2. Throw some concentration at it. 10k a pop. Probably not 10k a pop anymore, are they? Right, that's our concentration for the day. There's our freebie gem. Let's put all the mats back in here. Oh, probably should have used my glittering gem dust there. Whoops. I forget these are a thing, you know. Every time I forget these are a thing. I've actually got 305 artisan security. There's got to be some use for that as well now. There's got to be some use for that. Do we want me last book? Oh no, that's the pristine one. That's 400. Does the script for linking items in macros not work anymore? Not sure. Not sure. Is there a reason why CraftSim won't let you input your own multi-craft multiplier now? Does it not? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Don't know. Don't know. Good spot. Good spot.
What brings you here? May the eternal sun shine.
Before we leave that in our bags, let me send that over to Bank Theus real fast. Send Bank Theus. Where did I put that gem? Send that over, get that sold. No point using concentration on crafts to then not to press the button, not to sell the items, you know? That would be silly. Is there any reason I'd be getting different results when crafting inks or ciphers? I crafted 1500 of each and got way different results. Got the same stats, multi-craft resourcefulness. Probably because RNG is a thing. You have to craft in astronomical sizes before you get mathematical averages. Yeah, like this is the thing with the professions right now. You have tiny stats. These stats are way too small. You get more reliable results the bigger these numbers are. When our multi-craft and resourcefulness is still like sub 20% in some cases, the chance for wildly different results is very high. I don't know about anything specifically for crafting inks or ciphers or whatever, but multi-craft is weird, right? Because multi-craft is the anomaly that even clever people don't fully understand. Resourcefulness is pretty simple to figure out. Multi-craft, on the other hand, is difficult. Because multi-craft has anywhere between like 1 to a 250% multiplier. And then that can even be adjusted further based on nodes in your skill trees. So multi-craft, this is why add-ons like Craft Sim, who use a average multi-craft multiplier, may not necessarily always get the numbers 100% accurate. Because RNG is RNG. Sometimes you get blessed, sometimes you get cursed. That's the reality, unfortunately. Once we get further into the expansion, if they actually go and do more later on, if they do more so that we can get more of these stats, the higher these stats go, the more reliable your outcome is. When you remember back into Dragonflight, for example, in Dragonflight we were in like 30-40% for some of these numbers, and all of a sudden you could craft in much smaller quantities and get much closer to the maths averages. It's because these numbers are so small right now that it procs so infrequently, but the proc can be such a dramatic effect to your overall profit, especially on big ticket items like alloys, for example. Sanctified alloys, you might physically not have the gold even to press the button more than 100 times with sanctified alloys, but one multi-craft proc could be the difference between you making profit on that batch of 100 or not making profit, you know. These numbers are small. Most people can't craft anywhere near the scale yet, which, yeah, it's a level of random you can overcome if you just can consistent with it, but you have to also remember you'll have good days and you'll have bad days with RNG. Welcome in, Zan. Good morning. Good morning. Catching you probably before you load your stream up, I imagine. The Master Unraveler has entered the chat. When are we delving? I'm not sure how much time we'll have to do delves today. I might do a bountiful delve or something, a couple of bountiful delves maybe. Haven't got too much time to be doing delving. I've got a bunch of crafting and profession stuff today. Today's Today's a big one. Today is chill day for brain and voice. Delicious profit. What? No stream today? No stream on reset day? Is that what I'm hearing? Zan. It's probably smart, to be fair, though. Right, I'm going to quickly get some treasures on this. In fact, we're going to spend loads of time on this character. There's one thing I really need to do first thing this morning before I do anything else, actually. And that's log on to my alchemist. I need to get my potion flasks crafted. If we don't craft flasks, we have nothing to sell. I'm not looking at null stones. Stop looking at me. I'm not looking at null stones. Ignore everything you saw. Right, where's the flasks at? 3,200. Ha! What the fuck is this? What the fuck is going on here? Oh, this is ridiculous. I reckon, you know, I'm pretty convinced. There's a few players out there with astronomical, and I mean ridiculous, alchemy farms. I'm already highly of the belief that I can probably name the individuals, but I suspect there's a couple of people who have, should we say, near to full accounts, 8 accounts, 60, 65 characters on each. I have a sneaky suspicion that they've been lurking in the shadows and are absolutely crushing concentration builds right now. And I suspect when they come out from the woodwork and tell everybody what it is they've been doing, I think you'll be pretty amazed with some of the results they've had. I think there are some people out there absolutely slamming concentration armies, and I have a suspicion that Alchemy is one of them. I think there are some people that have put 100+ characters into each flask. Smart move, absolutely smart move. If you could have had the effort and the dedication to do it, very smart move. Anything got reset overnight? Sold a bunch of Defender's armor kits. There's a good chance they got reset then. Sanctified alloys I sold a bunch of, but they weren't at a great price anyway. More sanctified alloys. And then just a bunch of expired stuff. Mana oil's also pretty good for alt armies. Another consumable, yeah. 20 enchanters myself. Concentration is glorious. It's the time to do it. It's the time, it's the time to do it. I know before the expansion went live, I was a bit negative on the old alt armies. Can't deny. I was a bit negative on them, mostly because I was kind of concerned that too many people would just burn gold. Burn huge amounts of gold getting them set up and pushing them week on week. These are actually ridiculously priced. In fact, let me put these in a group. Let's be sensible. I was concerned people were going to burn themselves into the ground with alt armies, and so I was not heavily promoting them. But the concentration builds are not too difficult to set up, and the fact that you can turn them into a profit nearly... Oh, I've got a category for gems already. You can turn them into a profit almost within 24, 48 hours. Start with a cancel scan real quick. Nothing to cancel? Oh, okay. Random ass bismuth rods, sure. I'm not selling my flasks at that price. You can get bent. We'll post the others though. Yeah, so I was not a negative Nancy, but I was a little reluctant to advertise too many people go crazy with alt armies at the beginning because I was concerned people would burn themselves out. But when you can turn any initial investment into a profit quite quickly, and then you're just keeping them ticking over week by week, it's turned out to be not too bad of a time to do it. Their true power, though, is yet to come, I believe. I just hope that people are leveling their alts up. You can see most of my crafters are like 73, 74, 75, some of them. This is just accidental. This is just by doing some crafting. Literally half the leveling has been done just by crafting. I need to get these to 80 pretty soon. And your alt armies, you'd be good to be leveling your alts. Because we don't know what's coming in 11.1. And if something turns up in 11.1 that suits these alt armies and also requires them all to be level 80, I think people need to be ready for that. But, you know, how ready? It's up to you. Miners are needing 2 null stones on the US servers. I heard this. I heard this. 2 null stones for turn-in. Miners are livid. But it's I knew that was an option because I'd seen that on the beta. I didn't know when it was going to happen, but that was something that I knew was going to happen. It's here on the EU as well. Okay, well, null stones are probably going to the moon then. Or they are likely to go to the moon. Farmers might just, you know, miners might just mine them up themselves. Because, you know, farmed it so it's free. You may not find too many miners that actually buy the null stones. But even still. If you're doing an hour or two's of farming anyway, it might just be a slight knock on one of your hourly profits. Multiple posts hating on Blizzard for taking away their null stones. Have they never seen the patron orders for literally any other profession? One patron order for like 1, maybe 2 knowledge points can easily set you back like 4 or 5k. And crafters have had multiple of them every week. Miners don't know how lucky they are, genuinely. What I need to do though is I need to go get my alchemy weekly. I need to go fly around and get some treasures. And we need to get a bunch of flasks crafted.
How may I aid you?
Considering those herbalist miner characters are probably in a strong position to reasonably strong position to which they could probably make 10 times that amount in a single hour of farming. I don't think they can really complain. Right, let's go grab some dirt piles real fast. I need me freebie knowledge points. Or you stop it. Hands off. Right, keep your eyes peeled. Keep your eyes peeled. That's a weird phrase. Is that actually the phrase? Keep your eyes peeled? Don't be peeling my eye. It's the first time I've ever thought about that. That's a very weird phrase. English has some very odd phrases. I don't see the issue with null stones. They're only rare. Meanwhile, enchanting had to turn in epic items this week. It's true. You know, there's 150 gold epic items, yeah. Lol. I hate this stupid one grabbing these floaty floats. Right, that'll do. I'll get dizzy if I do that too much. Too casual to pay 10k for a few knowledge points. Well, I'm lucky now. We're kind of surpassed the hyper min-max phase for me with knowledge points. I'm now at basically full build on all of my crafters, meaning I couldn't care less really. I'll chip away at stuff if needs be, with the ultimate goal of clearly filling the trees, but I know that's a 6-month endeavor. I'm in no rush realistically nowadays. Got the Artisan Security grind out the way nice and quick. This expansion. Got full build in whatever I went for on each profession. Now I'm just like coasting. Now we're coasting. We craft when we craft when there's profit. We do patron orders when there's profit. We basically just, we're profit whores right now. No need to do anything particularly over the top. So yeah, there's no way I'm paying 10k for a knowledge point anymore. Those days are gone. Damn. I'm gonna track the friend as well, aren't I? Got a patron order with 5 sanctified alloys. Oh dear. Buying 5k nullstones yesterday was a crazy good move. Can I just clarify, were you paying 5k per nullstone, or did you buy 5,000 nullstones? Because even at yesterday prices, I think 5,000 nullstones would have been about 25 million gold. If my quick maths is mathsy enough. Bought 5,000 at 4,500. Oh my god, you basically did both. Okay, fair play. War chest, are we going to be able to get that? Odds on us getting that. I didn't see how long ago that pop-up popped up. That's the thing, you know. When there's a material that's that expensive, 5k on your nullstones is the 2k heavy callous hides from Shadowlands. But the reality is they're so expensive on an individual price, yet they're still a material, so you know you're going to sell thousands of the damn things. There is the opportunity to throw like a gold cap or two at something. And if it works, oh my god. I don't think I want any of that. I'm not sure I want any of that. There's genuinely a war going on over that crate. You don't often see that. I'm a level 75 hunter. My place is not up there. Oh, it's been claimed by the Horde, though. Well, that's an advantage. Bought a bunch of nullstones at 4,500, so I'm good. I already had some. The interesting thing for me is I already had some cheap nullstones from the week before that I've been sat on. I certainly don't have that quantity of them, but I had some cheap nullstones from the week before Mythic Season launched. So I will probably do something with them today. I haven't decided what that something is. There's part of me that's contemplating just selling them back out, just so then I don't have to worry. But Sanctified Alloys is a good shout for them. I don't have the Jeweler's, the Jeweler's setting recipe, so that's off the cards for me. Bought 25,000 nullstones at sub 3k pretty early on. Can't say I regret that move. Well, that's printed you a few million gold for sure. That's a nice, easy double of the old investment. I've had a reasonable amount of gold in my time, but I've never had the balls to drop that kind of gold on a single investment. Even though I know in my hearts of hearts it's a dead cert, I still can't pull myself to do it. I've played enough expansion launches to know exactly how shit plays out. Yet I still don't have the confidence to take full advantage of it. Somebody's purchasing all the tinder boxes. There's mad speculation that goes on every day with these sorts of stuff. Get 2 greens from that? I still don't think I found a single one of these alchemy things. No, I haven't. I'm not having good RNG today. This means if we don't have good RNG when we're out farming our knowledge points, then there's only one conclusion we can draw, and that's that I'm saving all of my positive RNG for the auction house. Which is good, we take that. Can't wait for 10.05. I want to be able to craft out my war bank. Yeah. I don't know why that is not just a hotfix thing, you know. I don't know why they can't just push that in a weekly build. Seems odd to me that has to come with like a major patch. Hey, there we go. Deep stone crucible, that's 1. One more. Alchemical sediment. Yeah, crafting from the war bank is going to be such a nice quality of life. It's still... The cynic in me is still going to turn around and say that Blizzard did it deliberately. Like... because they're going to get such a pat on the back from everybody for doing it. When the reality is it should have just been in at launch. It's kind of the reason why we have this, like, account-wide bank area, you know? I'm glad that Druid didn't decide to pick a fight there. Because he could have done. Didn't they hotfix that in 3 days ago? No, it's in the patch notes, but it's the patch notes for the PTR. So it's coming in the... It's not live yet. It's on the PTR for quote-unquote testing. And it's not live yet. This goblin I can now... convert Q1 into Q2. Oh, for alchemy. Reach the 375 skill. Nice. Just in time for Q1 and Q2 mats to be normalized. Or do you mean Q1 to Q3? Or Q2 to Q3? Whatever. I can't remember now. I don't have weirdly, I don't have an alchemy that's spec'd into thaumaturgy. I kind of... I didn't play with that anywhere near as much on the beta. I knew it was cool and I knew it was interesting, yet I wanted to go flasks. I didn't realise I was going to put... I didn't end up that alchemy was going to... Didn't realise alchemy was going to end up being probably my main profession. so far. It's kind of why I wanted to level one of everything. So whichever one ended up working well for me would be the one I could stick with. And it turned out that it's mostly been alchemy. But I wasn't going to run multiple alchemists.
I have many, many wares. Many farewells.
Right, I should now, if everything's gone to plan, have the points to get bulk production maxed. Here we go. I bought a ton of cheap quality mats for this day. Oh, I see. You're planning ahead. Deep pockets allows you to do some fun stuff like that. 2 bonus knowledge points. Multicraft to potion, flask, and vial recipes, which uses Blessing Blossom. That's the last 2 I wanted there as well. Calculated. We didn't need those 2 particularly, but the multicraft does help. The plus skill and the make flasks when experimenting, entirely not needed. But that is now the most potent I believe we can be with our alchemist for the purpose of making these. Other than maybe upgrading this to quality 5 and this to quality 5. So we are ever so slightly. We are 99% max build on these now. So it basically comes down to materials. Right, I need to get this dude crafting a bunch of shit. Actually, work orders. Do you have any crafting orders that are interesting? No. Absolutely none. They've dropped the quality on these though. So these are clearly new orders. New-ish orders. Provide the null stone. Didn't provide the lure drop though. Stinky. Don't need artisan security anyway. I don't have the alchemy bag. What is the alchemy bag? Why don't I have the alchemy bag? I'm going to assume it's something that I don't care for. Why don't I have the alchemy bag?
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Containers bag. I've just seen Zan tell me it's shit, but I'll see it with my own eyes. Concoctors summon. Oh yeah. Discover new recipes by 3%. Yeah, the irony is by the time you get the bag, you don't need the bag. Okay, yeah, that's entirely pointless.
My directive has been
Entirely pointless. By the time you can afford the bag, you don't need the bag.
My directive is to serve you.
Why is a random stack of 48 writhing samples there? I don't know. Get out of here.
Return and peruse my inventory again.
Okay. Time to burn all of these herbs. Time to convert them into goodies. What I need to remember is how many goodies did I buy materials for? How many goodies did I buy materials for? I have a suspicion that I wanted to make 1,000 Q2 flasks, I think. It looks like 1,000, doesn't it? Looks like I bought materials enough for 1,000. Did I, or did I not buy enough nullstone? Null lotus even. Because I wanted 1,000 for these. Maybe there's so many null lotus I couldn't care less. I clearly bought enough to make 1,000 of these. Or to press the button 1,000 times, I should say. I just got to go check something real quick.
I have an
extended supply of goods for outlanders.
No way it's telling me to use quality 2 lure drop. We use quality, we use these. That looks like the right play. Yeah, that's probably the play.
My thanks for your patronage.
Right, okay. I think we're good. I'm gonna need some stupid vials, aren't I? I'm gonna need some Q1 vials.
My directive is to serve you. My thanks for your
And
patronage.
let me make sure I've got all of my engage brain. All buffs, all bonuses. All buffs, all bonuses, all lovely stuff. Alchemical chaos, we do this with a slight twist to reach Q2. There's no value in these, if I remember right. Too cheap for this business. I got to do a reload before I start this because something's broken somewhere. Patron orders are kidding me. They sent me a blacksmithing order for a weapon with all the materials, and guess what? It's from the spec tree that I'm not spec'd into. Yep, fun times. Fun times. Blacksmiths have definitely had it rough with their patron orders, just purely because the individual cost of each item is bonkers. Yeah. Right. I think that's good. Go. No, not quite, because we haven't got the speed buff on. And we could do one of those as well, to be fair. Go. No, not one, you donkey. And let's take a little bit of a look at the actual craft results to see if we do genuinely make any money or whether it's all an illusion. Fighting for 3% profit margins. Gotta love that. Welcome to the world of alchemy. I'm pretty sure, you know, this might be my last hurrah in the Flask market today. I'm not sure I'm going to have much desire to fight over 3% margins for much longer. Especially since I'm 50 crafts in and I haven't actually made a profit yet. Need some juicy multi-crafts game. Bless me. Bless me with the love. Surely after 1,000 crafts, we should be in profit. I was mentioning earlier how you have to craft things at a ridiculous scale before you can actually get to the numbers that you suspect you might be able to get. But it's still risky business. I've had significantly less multi-crafts than I mathematically could have had. Resourcefulness procs are doing alright though. We need a hot streak. We need a hot streak to build some profit into this. I would point out, by the way, that these numbers are not super duper mega accurate because I haven't plugged in what I actually paid for the herbs. This is just going by day rates. I don't ever really expect to make gold by day rates. I bought these herbs a few days ago. Probably why this number's bouncing around, because it's my buy price on herbs is changing every time. Like how it goes up a little bit to give you some hope and then it goes negative. Yeah, we even had a multi-craft of 7 there and it didn't even move the needle, like, even slightly. We've only had 75% the amount of multi-crafts that we could have had, so we're on a cold streak. Does Craft Sim take into consideration the 5% cut? Yes. But it isn't going to take into consideration deposit fees or cancel fees or any of that, so. If you get remarkably lucky to get near the profit margins that it claims you might get in the first place, if you get the right side of RNG to begin with, you then have to post your items once and then they have to sell, and then that's the closest you'll get to what CraftSim reports. This is why fighting over 3% profit margins is historically a terrible idea, because it takes very little for you to get pushed into negative. You've literally got to like win 3 levels of RNG just to get 3% margin right here. We got a +6 there. We'll take a couple of +6s. That's better. Let's keep going. Over 200 crafts in and we still haven't turned a profit yet. Welcome to Alchemy. Done thousands of inks and ciphers. The numbers are all over the place. I would double check that if you're doing inks and ciphers, are you milling as well? If you're milling as well, you want to be careful that you don't mill quality 1 herbs. Because quality 1 herbs give you less pigments. Even though they can give you quality 2 pigments, they give you less of them. So in most cases you want to... In most cases, as long as the price of quality 1 and quality 2 herbs is relatively close, you always still want to use quality 2 herbs. Even if the quality 2 herbs can even be a little bit more expensive, and you still want to use them. Otherwise you might get numbers that you don't expect. A few people who've been doing scribbling have been caught by that one. Yeah, we have had nowhere near the 24% multi-craft so far. We are way in the hole on our multi-craft procs. Which is interesting to me, because I have just gained more multi-craft. Literally 5 minutes ago we put more points into multi-craft. And it doesn't seem to have made any difference whatsoever. There's something kind of addictive watching this red number slowly get more red. It needs to get less red and it needs to turn green. Oh, -5, -3, hot streak. Hot streak. No, never lucky. Stupid game. Oh, oh. Go green. Go green, you bitch. Oh, +7. We're green. Money. Oh, spoke too soon. Spoke too soon. We should have stopped crafting. Alchemy is pure Las Vegas. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, alchemy is not for the faint of heart. Pray to the gods. Alchemy's been my main for an eternity, but I gave up fighting for the percent since region wide. Yeah. Why don't you use Q2 lure drop instead of Q2 blessing blossom? Because I've already bought my herbs. I bought my herbs a few days ago. Is gem making just as bad? Oh, no idea. I don't do any mass production of gems, which is odd for me to say, considering I've also mained jewel crafting for like literally years. Right, 500 crafts down, so halfway. We've only lost 5k. Where can I remove the basic message a buyer has been found in the TSM options? I don't think you can remove the message. You can just turn that message off in your chat settings. Not within TSM, just general. I think it comes through as just a system message. I've rarely heard somebody want to turn it off though. Everybody wants to turn it on. Gem making is quite bad, but currently on the EU, I believe some gemstone producer got their model wrong, and they're selling massive amounts at a slight loss. Alternatively, they bought tens of millions of ore 2 weeks ago when it was half the price, and they just quite simply have 50% cheaper prices. We're in the green. We're sitting in the green. We're staying comfortably in the green for now. Famous last words. Now, I'd also point out, this is probably also taking into consideration that, like, it's taking into consideration, like, now herb and flask prices. I probably won't sell most of these flasks until later on this evening, when usually the market starts to dry up and you get a slightly better price on them. So I'm also not fussed. You get a bunch of cheaper rank 3 gems as a byproduct of crafting rank 2s. By the skill up bonusy things. Blasphemites being a byproduct sucks so much. They're only a byproduct as long as alchemists can shuffle and make a profit by default. Once all of the materials start... See, right now, materials are buoyant, right? There's lots of weight, there's lots of value in the materials, and so they're going up and down, up and down, up and down like a yo-yo. Once the true demand for everything starts to slow down and those materials start to stack up, it's going to be way more difficult for alchemists to just mush materials through their system and turn a profit, meaning they might then start looking at the price of blasphemites in their, you know, profit calculations more than they have been so far. Blasphemites are only free for as long as alchemists can do their thing without the need for profit from blasphemites, so it won't last like that forever, I don't think. But, you know, it's the same scenario. By the time that blasphemites have a price, then there'll be less people that want blasphemites. We have hit a hot streak of all hot streaks by the looks of things. We're up 30k all of a sudden somehow. See, this is my point, right? Out of nowhere, you just hit a hot streak and boom, you're good. Technically, I should stop now. I should stop making them now. I've clearly had my hot streak. I'm massively up for some reason. I don't know why. Probably a couple of juicy multi-crafts have come through. We've had a 5. I've spotted some 5s, some 7s. But this is it. Look how many we had to craft whilst we were still in a negative, by the way. We had to craft over 500 flasks before we even broke even. Slot machine alchemical chaos, absolutely. And let me point out, these are the cheap flasks. We got the expensive flasks to do after this. These are the cheap flasks. When we tap into the Q3 flasks in a minute, that's where it's 3,000 gold a craft or something along those lines, maybe more. 7,000 gold a craft. Can you show us the build real quick after crafting is done? It's my build for alchemical chaos is not great, but it's flasks, 30 points. I can tell you exactly what it is. It's 30 points in flasks. It's 25 points in bulk production. It's then 50 points in alchemical mastery, and it's 35 and 40 points in blessing blossom and Aratha's spear. The build is for tempered mastery flasks, but I can make alchemical chaos and these things sell like hotcakes, so. But by this point, your build doesn't really matter. Your well, it matters. It matters as much as it has to be maxed out. If you don't have a max build right now, you're not going to be crafting at a profit. No chance you're crafting at profit unless you're max build. It's more, alchemy's more about getting your materials at the right price. That's where you squeeze your profit out of it. Right, our multi-craft, you see, is nearly caught up now with expected. We were miles behind, like really far behind, and we seem to have almost caught up with our multi-craft, which is probably why we went from red to green and have stayed there now, because our multi-craft is caught up. It'd be nice if multi-craft could not only catch up, but do better than expected. Please, Blizzard? Go on, pretend it's my birthday or something. And also, when you get to a point where your build doesn't matter because you have to be BIS, you have to be min-max. You could arguably not craft any of this, and you could just flip materials and make all the same money. Wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. Oh, yeah. Oh, that aged well, didn't it? Wake up in a cell with a sore ass. Yeah. Hmm. Right. We've nearly finished making these. I need to think if there's any... I clearly don't need rank 1 lure drops, Orbanids anywhere else. So we've clearly saved a bunch of materials from resourcefulness procs, which we should also craft into these flasks. We're kind of on a mini liquidate right now. Okay, that was our first major batch. We pressed the button 1,008 times apparently. After pressing the button 1,008 times, we did manage to turn a bit of a profit on these, even though Multicraft was not doing its job properly. We have our resourcefulness. Now I either just sell the resourcefulness mats, since our price on them is competitive, or we just craft them into flasks anyway. We'll just make them into flasks. This is where I'm going to reset the data here, because this is technically now materials that were generated by resource or saved via resourcefulness. So I could either sell these back out. In their raw mats, or we can craft again with them. Let's craft again with them. Because crafting again with them could generate us even more profit than just selling them back out. And in theory, we might end up with enough resourcefulness procs off these to do the process a third time. Multi-layer profits. Totally not a pyramid scheme. If a craft is profit, craft them. Yeah, of course, yeah. I'm just trying to sort of explain the thought process a little bit. That's what I was curious. Do you have the bulk production maxed out? I do, yeah. I do. It was the last node I maxed out, and if you're pushing to make Flask of Alchemical Chaos guaranteed, it's questionable whether you want to put those 25 points in bulk production, because it might put you a week or two behind others. But my theory is that by the time you can mass produce these at quality 3, nobody cares. I think by the time that it's going to take so long for alchemists to do this naturally that nobody will actually care by then. It'll be a good thing to prepare for Season 2, but I'm not convinced people really care that much by the time it happens. Plus, you're basically sacrificing every week up until that. Every week you could make profit up until that by doing it, so. Right, so we made a small profit off those resourcefulnesses, and we've got apparently enough lure drop to do it again a few more times. Now we're out of lure drop. Okay, right. That was the cheap shit done. That was the cheap one. That was the cheap journey. Now we have the tempered mastery journey, which is going to prove to be a little bit more expensive. I bought enough to craft 1,000 of these by the looks of things. I need some more gilded vials. because that's clearly not enough gilded vials.
I have an extended supply of goods for outlanders. Return and peruse my inventory again.
Yeah, 12,000 of each is enough for 1,000 crafts, assuming... Yeah, okay. Right. Buffs up. These are equally not expensive enough to use anything fun on them. No, these are all too expensive to do any funny business with. Right. Hang on. Create one. Then create 999. Go. Right. Let the gamble begin. I think spell threads are going to be the main crafted item you make this expansion. As a way to use the bolts, I would imagine, if I understand your mass tailor army. Right, let's hope this number stays green here as well. Let's I'm not going to watch this one quite as eagerly, because this is equally going to take another probably 20 minutes to craft all of these. Let's get some stuff listed on the auction house whilst it happens, though. Oh, I've just realised that buff's going to run out before this finishes. Alright, well, I'll deal with that when it happens. 6 mil earned this fine morning. Bought so many null stones when it was at a low yesterday. Did everybody buy null stones yesterday? Is that the reason the price has partly gone to the moon? Because everybody hoovered them all up? Please don't crash the market on them before I get to sell mine, please. I didn't actually... oh my god, they're nearly 6k a pick. People are still buying them. This is what seems to be more ridiculous. People are clearly still buying them. People are just hoovering them up. That's funny. I don't even know where my null stones are. I had them over... they're probably in my war bank. Oh! I sold some tinder boxes by the looks of things. Cheeky mill in tinder boxes. About 40 minutes ago, somebody hoovered up all my tinder boxes, apparently. Lol. 16 million's worth went poof in the last 45 minutes on the nullstone market. Really? That's funny. Okay. What's going on with me top tier flask market still? Is this still being held at a low price point? Snagging cheap deals before this evening's craziness? Probably. I don't actually have many crafted things to sell right now. I've got some Blessing Blossom. What's the price of Blessing Blossom doing at Q3? This is just these are bonus herbs. 150, 160 is the actual price. If you want it in any reasonable quantity, though, you're looking at 170. I might sell that Blessing Blossom later as well. That's like, what's that at? Actual prices. 500k. So in that case, what a tinderbox is doing, 6.7k. People have hoovered these up as well. It's also actual demand. Well, you know, this is partly it, right? People are going to be looking at enchants are probably going burr right now. Those same guys are probably who are selling all of the enchants are probably buying up all the tinder boxes at the same time. It's probably a busy day for enchanting, with some busy day with your enchanting, with big boy vaults, first myth track vaults. It's actual Spark Week, I believe. So yeah, today's probably going to be wild, honestly. Nullstone was down to 4,200 yesterday. Yeah, not to mention, I suspect if you look at things like sanctified alloys, these are up in price from yesterday. These are way up in price from yesterday. So this is what's happening. You see, all of these markets that consume these materials are also up. There's less than 900 sanctified alloys at Q2. Somebody's hoovered all of these up. Like, somebody's just made all of these go away. Right, we're actually ahead of the game on multi-crafts on these ones, which is nice. Not huge money in them, but we're ahead of the game all the same. I should be more aggressive with my inks selling as well. Inks seem to have 295 on inks. That seems pretty good as well. That seems pretty good prices. Probably everybody putting in their public orders for their knowledge points again, I suspect. Yeah, I'm selling inks literally as fast as I can put them on the auction house. 7k of them. Big wall here. But that's 50% of the entire region supply. That's clearly a buyout and relist situation. Question is if somebody did this, why didn't they go any further? Why did somebody not just take them all up to 500 gold apiece? The irony is that there's only 2 million there to do it at practically the same price as what these are listed for. I don't know why somebody didn't go any further with that. Why did they stop here? Idiots. How are we doing over here? We're green over here. I'll take green. Nearly halfway through these crafts. Actually. There we go. Our speed pot fell off. Why are these, are they not in a group? Ha, they're not even in a group. Yeah, that'll do. I need to find those null stones. I don't know where my null stones are. To find them, I need to stop crafting. That, or I need to log on to my blacksmith and craft with them. I don't think there's any rush. Augment runes are going up again, something to watch. Yeah, I imagine each week augment runes will see a spike on reset day for sure. You'd kind of be worried if they didn't. Right, we're about halfway through these, and we have actually stayed in the green, which is nice. We're actually ahead of the game on our procs as well, this time round, which is double nice. I might take the opportunity to go make a coffee whilst these do. Entertain yourselves for 2 minutes, boys and girls. I'll be back in a couple. Okay. Studio smells funny without the smell of coffee in the air. Even though we've had Red Bull first thing this morning. We're going to be caffeined up to our eyeballs. We still green? We're still green. It's a good start. We'll stay in the green, please, game. What's going on over here? Let's get some more stuff sold. I bet I don't have access to the war bank on this tune, do I? I bet it's on the crafting alchemy. No. Damn. God, I wish they fixed that at one point. I really hope they make it so multiple accounts can access the war bank. I unfortunately don't see it happening, but it'd be nice if they did. Pebbles are mooning again. Time to dig out the old prospector. Prices seem somewhat more stable. Did Blizz turn on that anti-bait system? I don't know. Should we go fishing for baits? Let's go fishing for baits real fast. Let's go reagents, herbs, this expansion. No, the baits are still out there. The baits are still out there. They're still happening. The reality is they can probably only target one market at a time. But the baits are still out there. Yeah, still happening. Still happening. Inks are moving. I kind of am waiting for somebody to reset this ink market. Because you can take quality 2 ink to at least 320. At least, because that's where quality 1 ink's at. More importantly, you could take both of these. 1.2. We're at this stack already. And these are going to go down and down and down and down and down. Why doesn't somebody just take them all away? Why can't we get 500 gold inks for a few hours? 1.8 mil. God, I'm tempted. They literally sell the second I put them on the auction house as well. I also need to place some of these here. I need to place one of those there, so I know when the reset happens. Twitch seems to be waiting till I ask a question to run their ads. Oh. Oh, you asked about the bait system. No, it's not switched on. It's still happening. I might just wait until this stack disappears. 3,000 inks will disappear like in the blink of an eye today. Put that in the middle probably. Oh shit, my inks are in a different group. Alright, whatever, we'll just sell them. They're profitable at 2.95 either way. Right, we're still green. Still green! Good. Still green. Oh, that was the wonderful coffee noise. Okay, big gamba mode coming in a minute. Getting ready for some big gamba in a minute. We've procced the shit out of resourcefulness here. Hold up. Why have I still got so many herbs left? After nearly 1,000 crafts. We've procced the shit out of resourcefulness. Okay. I guess considering there's only 2 herbs for it to land on, it lands on both of them more often. Which weirdly makes resourcefulness more potent than on the alchemical chaos ones, I guess. I do need to question just how many of these I actually want though. 2,600? It's quite a lot. We should shift all of those later today though. I can shift probably 3 times as many quality 2s as I do Q3s, so. Is there any chance for resourcefulness to proc on tinderboxes? Yeah, of course, it can proc on any of the mats. Multicraft and a proc on the Null Lotus. Multicraft and a proc on the Null Lotus, 2 in a row. 3 multicrafts in a row there to finish off, by the way, just saying. Now, the question is did I buy any of these for any other reason? Or are these just... is this just shit that's left over at this point? It probably is. In fact, we're hampered more by the fact that we don't have enough Null Lotus. Okay. Hang on. There's also a good opportunity to find where the flipping hell I've put all my null stones.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
I knew I had a few somewhere.
My directive
I knew I had a few null stones lying about. Right, now I can actually be doing something with them. Secondly, I suspect I need more null
I have an
lotus.
extended supply of goods for outlanders.
I wanted to make... Let me try and remember. 500 of these? Okay, I need at least 500 more null lotus. 500? Was that all I wanted to craft? Only 1,000 of these flasks? Those numbers don't seem right. Maybe I've made a boo-boo. Maybe I've made a boo-boo here. I've got 3,000 blessing blossoms sat on my other account. Can I make more if I buy some more spear? 420? It's not the worst price I've ever seen. It's not the worst price I've ever seen. Do we go big or go home?
My directive is to serve you. Return and peruse my inventory.
Sold all my stock in 10 minutes. Go on.
I have an extended supply of goods for outlanders.
$426 is not a bad price. Still possible to do some decent gold even though you're behind on spec points. Yes, but you just need concentration. You use your concentration. Depends what you consider decent gold though. You're probably, if you're behind on spec points, you're probably going to find it very hard to mass produce anything at a profit. But you can still use your concentration to make some profit, sure. It's just unfortunately you're going to be limited to very small quantities. And as such a general question, it's going to be slightly different in different professions, different markets. Some markets are way more competitive than others.
My thanks for your patronage.
I wonder if I have enough ley line residue. I'm not sure if I do. We'll buy some more if we absolutely need it. I need that blessing blossom now. Those inks certainly move. Those inks are certainly moving. Oh, that stack's getting smaller. That stack's getting smaller. I've got plenty more mats by the looks of things for some Q1s of these. How do you keep track of your gold to make sure you're not losing? Craft in the biggest possible scale you absolutely possibly can, and you basically can't lose. No, that's terrible, terrible advice. The reality is on the characters that I'm crafting with, I know categorically that my setup is at least as good, if not better, than everybody else's. So then all I do is I focus on getting my materials cheap, and it's very difficult to lose at that point. At least right now when everything's in high demand. It's not a strategy you can do later on in the expansion, but at least for now I'm quite confident that it just works. Because a lot of my professions have been min-maxed since day one. People can have similar crafting costs to me, but there's very few people who are going to have cheaper crafting costs unless they've just got astronomically cheap prices on their materials. For example, you can see my TSM graph is absolutely all over the place. But this was the process of leveling up all of the crafters, and this was the price. This was the point where I stopped shuffling and stopped just burning gold. And so since then, it's a little bit spiky, sure, as we buy into and sell other things, but the general trend is upwards. As long as the general trend is in the right direction, I don't care. We'll just keep doing it. We keep doing it until it plateaus, you know. Keep doing it until the graph levels off. And if the graph stays too level or even starts to dip, then we just, then we start being a little bit more careful. Right, should we just do the expensive shit? Because that's the fun one. Let's just do the expensive stuff. Let's go big dick, huge dick, massive schlong. That's enough mats for somewhere in the region of 750 crafts, which should be enough. I've dropped my buff, which is a bit silly of me. Let me top that one up. But right, let's now thinking about it actually. Yeah.
My directive is to serve you.
Okay, now. Let's just borrow some of them real quickly. Kind of forgot about the mirror powder. Right, quality 3, quality 3, quality 3. Slap some mirror powder in there. And for 750 crafts, we go. Right. Come on, game. Now's the time to bless me. This is the big gamba. This is the huge gamba moment now. This is where we need all of the luck. Total profit must be broken on TSM. Mine's minus 150, but I don't have that much. Yeah, a lot of the numbers in TSM are completely busted. It's tracking purchases reasonably well, but what it doesn't seem to be tracking is sales. I don't know why. My ledger is completely screwed, and I fully reset my TSM before the beginning of the expansion, so it's not like old data's getting in the way. It's just not tracking half the sales. Which there's realistically nothing we can do to help that, unfortunately. Right, love me some 31% multicraft, by the way. Woo! Love me 31% multicraft. This is where we make our money today, if everything goes to plan. we can make all these flasks nice and quick, probably going to also craft with a bunch of these null stones, because it will give us a wider selection of stuff to make dollar on. Maybe some sanctified alloys. What else does null stones go into? Chaos circuits. We could make some more chaos circuits. Most people forget that chaos circuits are a thing, but I've had some good money off chaos circuits so far. I've got plenty enough of them that I'd like to spread it out. Weapon stones. I'm not fully spec'd into weapon stones, so I'm probably not competitive in that market. Nor do I have the dual crafting settings, so that's something else I can't do. I have a suspicion we might run out of ley line residue here, actually. Null stones are being used in huge amounts on the settings. Oh, I bet, yeah, I bet those things are absolutely flying. They're absolutely being consumed faster than they're being farmed right now, without question. Everybody opening their vaults. Everybody getting some new bits and pieces. Some goodies. We're ahead of the game on multi-craft. We're way ahead of the game on resourcefulness savings as well. Looks like we're landing pretty heavily on the... Yeah, there seems to be pretty heavy resourcefulness procs on the herbs, which is good because it's the flipping expensive stuff. The more it lands on the Ratha's Spear, the better. Paragon boxes are in too. Oh, and that, yeah, true. Welcome in, Mikey, by the way. Gatherers are having a field day. Let's not forget about them. Well, see, the reality is as much profit as crafters are making, gatherers are making just as much. It's just spread out, right? You see, this is the same theory. I don't think it's quite as ridiculous as it once was. I know I've relayed back to Shadowlands Legendaries a lot recently, but I remember doing the maths at one point. And in Shadowlands, I vaguely remember that I was consuming about 500 hours worth of resources per hour crafting legendaries. Right, I needed somewhere in the region of, I think, about 5,000 people out there gathering just to allow me to craft legendaries for an hour. Which, when you think about it, is actually bonkers. But it's the same right now, right? I couldn't sit here and I couldn't craft quality 3 tempered mastery flasks. Like 750 of them in a go. I couldn't do this if it wasn't for like hundreds of people spending hundreds of hours picking up these herbs. So this is why farmers always win. But it's just spread out across an awful lot more people. This is why people that try and collect their own materials for their crafting professions never make any gold. Because it's not possible. You just can't do things at anywhere near enough of a scale. And this is why there's a lot of queuing. If you look at Reddit's an absolute cesspool at the best of times, but if you look at Reddit at the moment, there's a huge amount of negativity towards alt armies. Because there are people that have pushed their professions, but they haven't pushed them as hard as others, who have pushed their professions but are still not making profit from them. And instead of realizing that they're fighting the stats battle against people who have more stats than them, instead of looking inwards and going, what can I do to get more knowledge points, to get more artisan security? Instead of looking inwards, they're just blaming others. And they're blaming down the tree. They're pointing down at people who didn't put all the effort in, and instead of using concentration. And there's a huge amount of people like pointing fingers at concentration builds saying, you're the reason I can't make profit. No, the reason you can't make profit is because you didn't try as hard as somebody else did. That's as simple as. In top-end crafting, he who has more stats wins. And if you're fighting in that arena, you have to have more stats than everybody else to win. Only so many people can make profit. Profit is the reward you get for being in the top 1% of crafters. If you chose to fight that battle, then that, you know, that was your battle to choose. Pointing fingers at the people that went another route is not really very fair. But it's significantly easier to blame other people than it is to blame yourself. Just sell herbs. Yeah, yeah. I, for one, the first person to turn around and suggest to most people, just get your ass out there and farm some flipping herbs. Go and farm some goddamn herbs, because the amount of gold I'm churning through producing flasks right now could all be going in, or could be partially be going into your back pocket. I spent somewhere in the region of, I think, about 8 million gold on herbs the other day. So across a bunch of farmers, that 8 million gold went straight in farmers' back pockets. Often the simplest way to overcome a problem is to throw more alts at it. True. True. It's also really amusing. This is why I don't spend too much time on Reddit, but I have a little flick through every once in a while just to try and keep up with the news per se. There's a huge amount of people that are also blaming alt armies as the problem. And if you are like, well, if you're so convinced that the alt armies are the ones that are stealing all of your profits because they can sell shit at a cheaper price than you can because of concentration, then why aren't you doing it? Like, if you're in one sentence you're discrediting alt armies because, oh, they're super easy to set up. They're super easy to set up. They don't cost anything to set up, and they're stealing all of the profits. And you're like, well, then why aren't you doing it? Oh, I don't have time for that. Oh, so there is effort involved, you know? This is the silly thing. People literally, you know, contradict themselves in like 2 sentences. If I'm going to tell you you're an asshole, you know, then you know, I'm going to tell you you're taking the lazy approach. And then when it comes to me doing it myself, it's all of a sudden too much hard work. So maybe it's not the lazy approach, is it? Bunch of donkeys. They got to go through the 5 stages of grief. Which stage of grief is queuing on Reddit? Does that come before the tub of ice cream or after the strip club? Most of my profits come from thaumaturgy, basically buying up the cheap rank 2 mats, waiting until 1 goes up, then selling the items, getting around 50% back. Hey, if it works, do it. If it works, do it. If it works, don't stop doing it either. I'd buy herbs worth 10 to 12 mil, mill them, turn them into inks, ciphers, would make about 400 to 500k profit. Gave up because the auction house PvP is too much. If you're able to take 10 to 12 mil, well, yeah, 10 to 12 mil and then make half a mil profit. Yeah, you're risking a gold cap to make... Well, yeah, that's 5% margins, isn't it? So, it's a lot of work. It's genuinely just... In that regard, it's a lot of work. But you also need to be, like, BIS build in order to do that, even. And on that note, auction house PvP. I don't auction house PvP like others, though. I do a cancel scan maybe once an hour. Are these inks been reset yet? 295. Nearly! Whoa, they're nearly gone! They're nearly gone! We're about to get a 500 gold reset on inks. It's about to happen. There's only 3,000 left. Somebody's going to swoop in and steal the market in a minute, because there's literally no inks left. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. That actually sounds like it could be legit. Right. Okay. That worked reasonably well. That worked reasonably well. That's about 7 million in materials, if I think I calculated it correct. About 7 million materials for about $500,000 profit. Okay. We have left ourselves with a bunch of stuff, so I am going to keep crafting them as long as my mirror powder allows me to. We might buy some more if needed. I'm, yeah, nearly out of ley line residue as well, which is fine. Get a few cheeky multi-crafts at the end here, please game. Finish on a hot streak. Morpheus, I just read your 2 messages again on Team YouTube chat, one after the other. I just sell herbs, lol, after the strip club. It makes you sound like quite an interesting character. I know you were responding to 2 separate questions at 2 separate times, but if you read those 2 back simultaneously, it's quite amusing. Right, okay. I'm technically out of mirror powder more than I am out of anything else, although we have basically got no quality 3 herbs left, which is fine. Still got a few gilded vials, that's not a problem. We can just sell those back out. Ley line residue, we burnt through most of it. We still got some null lotus. Was there any more of these at Q1 I wanted to craft? I've got the ability to make some more at Q1. Just to burn through these last few herbs, this last few resources. I might be making flasks more expensive for the competition. Are the herbs running out? Are the herbs running dry, are they? This usually happens. I suspected this happening. Which is hence why I bought mine a few days ago before they dry out. Small reset on null lotus. Wasn't there like 75,000 null lotus listed earlier? Well, there was 75,000 null lotus earlier. Maybe not so much anymore. Sheesh. Null stones at 6k. $2.96 on inks. Who's out there furiously crafting inks right now then? I can smell you. There's a big bunch of them round here somewhere that have been smushed into this white. Why has that happened? Okay. They're nearly finished. Do you have any memory leaks when streaming? I got 64 gig of RAM, but WoW client sometimes crashes out of memory. Yeah, you're just gonna have to reset your, you know, close it down, open it back up again once in a while. It will happen if you're mass crafting frequently. What's mine sat at right now? Battle.net. Yeah, my crafting. Yeah, I'm currently running at 14 gig on one of my accounts. Presumably this one. Yeah, if you're doing this for hours and hours and hours on end, you're just gonna have to reset your client once in a while. Okay. I think that's most of my herb crafting done. What does our bags look like with bonus herbs now? Not many bonus herbs lying about, that's good. Not many bonus herbs, but lots of flasks to sell. Okay. The rest of these herbs, I'll just keep them for like work orders and other random stuff, and maybe for the next batch of something. We're not that desperately trying to sell out. Right, that was the alchemy fun for today, though, or at least temporarily. People wanted to see the spec build firsthand. It's very simple. 30 points in flasks, 25 in bulk production. And then a shitload over here. 50, 40, and 35 is enough to produce one of the flasks at quality 3. I'm miles off producing the other ones at any reasonable quality. At least profitably, anyway. Arguably, I probably could. I could probably craft these at Q2 if I wanted to. I've not looked into the numbers. If I can get them at Q2, maybe, possibly. I'm very close. Spent 20 mil yesterday, or already out of mats in profit. Should have spent more.
I have calibrated
Hindsight is wonderful, but I understand how the risk can be bigger when you're thinking about it. So shoulda, coulda, woulda, classic. Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna use. So that's the most optimal way to make these right now. You know what, that's really interesting. There's potentially money to be made in those as well. Should we make a small amount of these? My maths doesn't do maths. Through 360. What's 9 times 120? Oh, I don't know. Let's just buy this many and we'll sell the rest. Spores, we have enough. No Lotus, we have enough. Alright, we'll make a few of those. Tempered aggressions. Just so we got a little bit of variety to sell. Variety is the spice of life. We're not going anywhere near as hard on these, because we're not specced into them particularly heavily.
My directive has been fulfilled.
Why is it saying I can create 2? Hello? Oh, wait, what? Wait. Whoa, hang on. Did I buy quality 1 lure drop twice? Wait, hang on. Oh, I did, you absolute donkey. I bought quality 1 lure drop twice. I meant to buy quality 2. Whoops!
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders. My thanks.
Once people realise Binding of Binding is BIS, I can't wait for that day. I don't think it's like strictly BIS, but it's on a lot of people's lists all the same. I bought Dust one day before reset last week for 10 mil. It went down 15%. Never again. Now you see, the problem is you're focusing on the loss there. You're focusing far too much on the fact you lost 1.5 mil. It could have just as easily gone up 30%. You got to remember that sometimes if you're looking at the market correctly enough to spend 10 million on something, for starters, whatever you did to make 10 million in the first place means you must have at least half an idea what you're doing. But it could have just as easily gone up, you know. You lost on that one occasion, but you could easily then, if you'd bought into a few different items, for example, instead of spending 10 mil on one, spent 3 million on 3. As long as you win more than you lose, you're fine. But flipping on materials is always super risky. My suggestion is usually make sure that you can do something with those materials. I bought a shitload of null stones, but I've got a couple of ways of actually using them as well. So even if the price swayed not in my favour, I can funnel them through some crafts and hopefully try and make my gold back on those crafts. So give yourself a backup plan as well. Dust is easy to consume as well. Tailors absolutely love themselves some dust. Enchanting loves them some dust. Okay, not really much profit on the aggression flasks, but something's better than nothing. P. Diddy loves dust almost as much as he loves small boys. Apparently. speculatively. Loves himself a bit of Bieber dust.
My
Okay.
directive is to sell
What's
you.
next on the list? Swiftness ones. We're gonna have a dabble in the swiftness market. What's the swiftness market looking like? Not tragic on Q2s. Not too tragic on Q2s. What's the material optimization on these? Oh, of course, we don't need to do any funny business on material optimization, do we? Because they use Blessing Blossom. Okay, so let's grab some more of those. Yeah. We technically already have the lure drop for 100 crafts of that. We're missing some ley line residue. We need... Let's just buy some more of that for now. Null Lotus we're good on. Okay, we can make some swiftness ones. While we're here, let's have a little bit of a look at what's going on here. We can make some Q2 flasks of versus. Spores we could do with a few more. Bit more spores. We need some Orbinid. And we need some more of this.
Return and
Okay.
peruse my inventory again.
Paper dust with extra oil. Oh dear. Johnson & Johnson's share price must have tanked. Right. Have we still got our buff up here? Yeah, because we were quick. Does the session profit window take into consideration how much you spent on the materials? Well, it depends how you've got it set up. If you're using Trade Skill Master, you can define how it calculates that. If you're using Auctionator as your price source, it just takes the most recent scan of Auctionator's prices. Oh! Oh! Hello. Hello. Oh, somebody's moved them all up here, look. Somebody's moved them all up here. Somebody is desperate for somebody to come in and go yoink. Is the auction house cut included? Yes. Now, why did you do that? Why did you do that? No, that sounds like we've stopped crafting in the background. Swiftness flasks. No shenanigans needed on the swiftness flasks. 500, go. That's a big chunk. They need to go away. Woo! Once they go away, it's open season on flasks. Have these been reset yet? These are still... Yeah, these are still holding the price down there. That's fine. Okay. Null stones are still popping. I don't need that anymore. I'm wondering if I should make some more of these. Which price formula do I use for TSM? For what? Aggression versus swiftness. Aggression versus swiftness. We've made the mastery ones. Tempted to make a few more of these, you know. The tempered aggression ones, I'm not as good at crafting them because they use 2 herbs that I'm not spec'd into. Yeah, the others I'm not bad at. Do I have any more knowledge points? Can I get my hands on any more knowledge points? Because I could start putting some knowledge points into lure drop at this point. Putting some points into lure drop at this moment will mean that I don't have to do any shenanigans on any of them. Oh no, I need quite many points actually, don't I? 298, yeah, I'm quite far behind. It would have to be a lot of knowledge points into lure drop to overcome shenanigans. Can we max out everything? Eventually, yeah. Once you get everything cooking, then yeah, eventually. It's gonna take a while though. For crafting the alchemical chaos flasks at max quality, to be able to guarantee these at quality 3, you need both of these nodes basically full as well. So as you can see, even I'm like 80 knowledge points away from doing that. And my alchemist has probably more knowledge points than nearly anybody on the face of the earth right now. I don't think my alchemist has missed a single knowledge point so far this expansion. Yet, that said, I don't seem to get many patron orders with it at the moment. A few null stones. Yeah, those null stones are selling pretty comfortably. I'm happy to sell them out at that point. That price means I don't have to mess around with crafting with them if they're comfortably selling at nearly 6k. My question now though is, do I want to make more of these? I am kind of tempted to, you know. Just because Flask Hour later today is going to be bananas.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable. My directive has been fulfilled. My directive is to serve you.
Up to 70 gold apiece now.
My thanks for your patronage.
We're making more flasks. In for a penny. Oh, tier helm? 2-piece bonus? Nice. I got tier helm as well this morning. 616 tier helm. I was happy with that. Cannot complain with that one. We're going to need more gilded vials, aren't we?
I have an extended supply of goods for outlanders. Return and peruse my inventory again.
Right, go. Wait, it said one of my mastery flasks sold a minute ago. Oh, yeah, of course. TSM gets it wrong, doesn't it? It's when the Q3 flasks sell, I'm intrigued. When this one sells, I want to know exactly when this one sells, because that's when the market gets reset. When this gets hoovered up, when this one gets bought, the market resets, and then it probably won't be that hard to push it up to 4K. Chaos flasks are already there. Q2 tempered mastery flasks are very close. Very close. Yeah, it's open season, I think. Sanctified alloys were above 5K a piece again today. Let's put these down here. How are these cooking? Are these cooking at a profit? What are we saying? Craft results. Yeah, some pennies in there. Take some pennies. Giga Chad and sim it in the head like I do. It's more a case of just kind of knowing what the markets do. We've had a few weeks of practice of this at this point. Not to mention this isn't my first rodeo. So I use things like craft sim to give me an indication of what's going on right now. To give me an to be honest, I use craft sim more as an indication of whether the herbs are at a good price or not, rather than whether there's profit in the crafted item or not. Because it's mostly about just getting your herbs, you know, or getting your mats at the cheapest price. If you can get your mats cheaper than everybody else, you win. Like, especially if you know your profession's also BIS. If it's above 20% profit, I just send it. Then I do a weekly accounting method to track the progress. Well, yeah, that also works. If there's enough profit in it to begin with, you don't have to worry about the numbers. Just go ham. Go get it. New vial in 10 seconds. Wow, you're more on the ball than I am. Thank you. What are you getting 20% profits on at the moment? I was going to say, yeah, that's kind of the next question, isn't it? Whoa, what the flipping hell happened to these? Zan, what are you doing? Oh, Christ on a bicycle. Lord have mercy. Does that mean that can only be because Q3 Dust has gone to the moon, right? That can only be because Dust has gone to the moon. Nearly 400 gold apiece? Yeah, okay. Oh dear, this expansion. This expansion is humorous to me. Oh god. Bad, Zan, bad. Reminds me of, I don't know how many of you watched The Big Bang Theory, but when Sheldon is trying to, Sheldon's trying to train Penny, I think it was, and he gets the little squirt, thing, and he's like, good Penny, have a chocolate, and bad, Leonard. Squirt, squirt. Some people didn't like the Big Bang Theory. I related to it somehow. I found it very funny. The last few series they lost the plot a little bit. Too many characters in it by the end of it. But the first few series were absolutely fantastic. As an inner nerd, you know, it synergized with me. If you're Giga Chad alpha male IRL, I can understand why you look at the Big Bang Theory and don't see the humor in it, but very dumbed down the jokes as the seasons progress to the point where they basically explain the jokes after making them. Yeah, the last few series weren't anywhere near as good, but like the first few were legendary. Before they all started getting girlfriends and wives and actually having real lives, it was somewhat relatable being that kind of like nerdy nerd. I've just had a horrible feeling. Did I make like 10 times too many of these ones relative to what I was going to make the other ones of? I don't know. Well, we're going for it now. Bet when the girlfriends weren't in it. Yeah, Penny was obviously the original, so she obviously had to stick around. You see, it's difficult because I agree with you, but the females in The Big Bang Theory were arguably just as funny, in my opinion. But they kind of diluted the theme quite heavily. Geeky nerds are not necessarily meant to get not really meant to get the girls. It's very Americanized, having it, you know, end, you know, they end up by getting the girl. Right, I'm about ready to say this is probably enough of these flasks. Season 1 was great. Made me feel like a dork for understanding some of them. See? Relatable. Did you ever see the unaired pilot? I don't know. Not that I can remember. Am I missing something? Why are you spamming a 5 gold profit rank 2 flask? Oh, ignore this. Ignore these. These numbers aren't real. Herbing and mining finesse enchant on blue weapon, I'm assuming. A lot of people seem to be going finesse. Whether you go finesse or perception, I don't think it really makes that much of a difference. I'm pretty sure either option is considered a good option. I never actually watched the IT crowd. Yeah, I know it is one of those series that I think I probably would very much enjoy. I've just never sat down and binge watched it. I've seen the odd episode here and there, and yes, very funny, but it was never something I religiously watched. There's no gold to be made, what do you do? Oh, I don't know, maybe flip more tinderboxes? I don't know. They literally sold the second I put them on the auction house. Right. Let's stack these up. It's kind of annoying I couldn't do a lot of this ahead of time. I'd have liked to have got all of this done yesterday, but I didn't have the knowledge points yesterday to do this to the degree I can today, so I kind of had to wait for reset to get my spec points. Oh, Avink's done their thing. Avink's just happened. Oh, they haven't just happened, but they're about to happen. They're holding on tight. Holding on tight. What? Somebody's just gone and dumped this lot here. Whoever just dumped 600 inks here, you're actually mental, because they're about to reset to about 375. And if you hadn't dumped 600 there, they would have probably reset already. Just as a forewarning for whoever did that. I know you're listening. Might just reset the nulls instead of crafting settings. I would imagine that it probably balances out. I guess you probably need multi-craft up the wazoo with your jewel crafter to make them more worth, I guess. Would be my guess, at least. I also have a suspicion somebody's resetting that, relisting that entire stack, which if you're doing, that's going to get expensive quite quickly. Deposit costs are going to eat you up. Oh, some entropy enhancers. Love selling a few of those. I tell you what, the sleeper's engineering parts, you know, they don't sell stupid fast, but they definitely sell. Those entropy enhancers definitely sell. The, what do you call them? The bigger ones, the chaos circuits, they definitely sell. Shh, let me post my engineering part. Sorry. I occasionally stop by my engineer and craft a handful of them. I'll craft 1 million gold worth of stuff on them and then sell it slowly over the next couple of days. About 30% margin, I think, on average, which is quite nice. Don't feel the need to sell them super fast. Just trickle them out there. Deposit costs can be a pain. And I see, this is why I don't cancel scan. I slowly trickle stuff into the markets across, you know, across the day. So that I don't have to cancel scan. So that then when things sell, I log on to the mailbox the next day and 80% sold. Right, this is going to chunk through most of these herbs. I don't think I'm going to make too many more tempered aggression ones. I have to do silly business with the herbs on these and it's just annoying. I can't make these quite as profitably as I'd like. That said, they do actually have the better value right now. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. Whoever's selling these inks has got flipping waifu in their name, so clear. Yeah, what an absolute complete and utter donkey. Who's walling off the ink market instead of letting it reset? Who's doing this? There's like, it's so close to a reset up to 375 and people keep dumping their stock at 303. I mean, I don't mind because I'll sit and wait. I can play the long game here. But it's so silly. It's so silly. Sure, you're probably making a slither of profit here, but it's about to go here. The auction house mafia at play again, clearly. Clearly. The cries from the rooftops about the auction house mafia always amuse me. Okay, do we think this is enough flasks, boys and girls? I think we've got enough flasks now. I'm not sure. I'm not convinced. Those tier 2 flasks are starting to sell. So does that mean... Yeah, these have been pumped. These have been primed. It's the sign of a bunch of alchemists that at least have some idea what they're doing. This guy is a touch hopeful. And these guys are just stupid. What do we need for the aggression ones? Lure drop and Orbanids. Oh, well, I can make more of these. I just need to do some shifties to get them at Q2. I think that was the Q2 play, wasn't it? I need... I can't do maths. No. What's 9? I did the maths in my head before I did it on the calculator.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
I think that might be enough.
Directive has been fulfilled.
I tell you what, it does get the juices flowing when you casually just stroll to the auction house and spend a token's worth of gold without even thinking about it. I am missing Orbinid though to do that.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
Well, that's a nice convenient stack at 44 gold apiece.
Return and peruse my inventory.
Oh, hang on. No, I need more Q1 lure drop.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
Oh, I've already got some.
My directive has been fulfilled.
Making about 1k profit on each tinderbox right now. About a mil profit on this flip so far, 20% margin. Yeah, when flips work, they're wonderful. They're absolutely wonderful when you can get them to work. I do concur. Now what the Christ on a bicycle am I missing? Have I not done the maths on this right? Oh, I'm missing the spores. Oh, what an absolute donkey. Back to the auction house we go.
My directive is to serve you.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
My thanks for your patronage.
Right, now I might actually have the mats I need. Now we might be good. It's easy, I just copy and paste Zan. Hey, if it works. If it works, keep doing it. Right, we've got 10 minutes, we should be fine. Right, there we go. Set that off, set that work in. I see you spend a lot of gold on the mats. How much profit do you hope to see? With Alchemy, I usually tend to get about 10 to 15% overall. Win on some, lose on others. It's like, at this point, it's mostly about just spending a lot. Like, the more I spend, the more I make. I'm not worried about actually selling any of this. And for the most part, I ignore these numbers. These are just sort of estimation numbers. In fact, we'll turn them all off because it'll just confuse people. since I know categorically that my crafting costs are about as good as anybody else's. So the only way people are going to beat me out on price is on materials. And I equally know that I buy enough materials that my price on those is not too bad either. And like I said, you win on some, you lose on others. I try my best not to like... It's very easy to look at what you sell on the auction house and micromanage certain items. But if you sell a wide enough array of stuff, you end up winning more often than not, as long as you know your professions are in good order. There might be some times where certain things are slightly cheaper than you expect them to be, but the reality is you win more often than you lose. Oh Lord, what's going on? Oh, that's really quite funny. That's really quite funny. Null stones go burr. Yeah, if you craft enough stuff, if you sell a wide enough array of items, usually you come out on top without many issues. At least that's what we're focused on right now. You'll see the amount of stuff I'm listing, like some engineering parts, some raw materials, some leatherworking, crafted items, some inks, bunch of flasks, bunch of different flasks. You know, you sell a wide variety of stuff, and you'll be fine. In how many days do you expect to sell all of your flasks? Oh, they'll all be gone tonight. These will all sell later today. These won't last the day. There's a lack of scribes that are making stave and offhands on the top 6 US realms I'm on. You, as a crafter, one thing you can do as a crafter, if you are able to make them, is you can just join people's guilds, and then they can put guild orders in for you to fulfill. Then you don't strictly need to be on their realm. This is kind of like high-level work order meta, but if you spot a gap in a market like that and you're able to fill it, no longer does it really matter. Like, obviously you have to be happy about not being in a guild yourself, but you can join somebody else's guild. They put in a guild order, you fill the guild order, and then you peace out. Is a way to meet a demand. It's a bit of a loophole, but it kind of works. Yo, that is actually outrageous that those null stones are like instantly selling at near 7k now. Right, got to let these last few flasks craft. Then we might be good with alchemy for today. Why has null stones gone up? 2 reasons. One, mining weekly is asking for 2 of them. Secondly, it's full spark day. Full spark day is meaning people are looking to get another piece of gear crafted. Anybody that wants any single piece of plate gear is going to absorb null stones because sanctified alloys. Everybody is getting a good piece of kit out of their vault, myth vault today, meaning they're likely getting BIS pieces of gear that they're then looking at enchanting. top level enchants, mostly going to use null stones, or can use null stones. Sorry, tinderboxes. Those markets are basically the same. Yeah, just big demand day. Big day on demand. Probably so far, I would say, because full spark, big vault, and those two factors combined probably means there's a huge amount of players out there today that are getting a BIS piece of gear. And what we know categorically is when people get a piece of gear that's best in slot for them, that they plan on keeping for a long time, one of the things a lot of people then go out and do almost instantly is min-max that piece of gear. So they'll enchant it, they'll gem it, they'll do whatever they need to do to get that gear like fully done, and so that's one slot done, right? And that drives a lot of demand for crafted stuff today. Yeah, jeweler's settings, then gems to go in those sockets, enchants on that piece of gear as well. Whole bunch of stuff. Shocked that mining and herbalism on a single character can bring you 80 to 100k on specific routes. Yep. Yep. Yeah, if you've got a herbalist miner that's in good order. I've been saying this for weeks. If you're not wanting to push on your crafting professions, just get out there farming. If you wait until you see everybody else making 100k to start doing it, though, you've already lost, because you'll be making less than half that. But if you'd been consistent since the beginning of the expansion, at least doing the bare weekly stuff on your herbalist and miner, you're printing money. Literally everything you pick up is cash monies. You want to make a token in 3 hours, do it. Herbalists and miners are making a token a day. Easy money. Few hours of farming every day, token paid for. Month of game time in a day. How you got so many mats? Allow me to introduce you to a little thing called the auction house. It's where I get all my mats. Right, I'm gonna go as far as to say that's probably enough flasks right now. We do still have some mats left over, but we'll save those in case we have a panic flash sale and need to craft a handful more. Let's get those sent off. Okay. Do you buy these cheap over the week? No. Some of them, yes, but not all of them. The main thing I do, though, is I make sure my alchemist is absolutely BIS. They go in here. Question is do I want to track those individually and have the ability to turn them on and off individually? I think I actually do. Okay, now I can micromanage how and when we sell each of those a little bit better. I think the only one I don't want to sell just now is my Q3, because I'm waiting for... Oh, it's nearly happened. It's nearly happened. These are going to go to about 4 or 5k again soon, once they run out. These are desperately close. Desperately close. You pair are annoying. We'd have a full 800 gold reset if these pair weren't here. It's still too early to be resetting these though. But that's amusing. We'd have nearly a full 800 gold reset on those if these two weren't here. I mean, I'm tempted to do it anyway. I don't want another 3,000 flasks though. Not sure I want another 3,000 flasks. Do it. I love every time I look at something, people are just like, do it, do it. Give me the dopamine kick. Let me live vicariously. They're being artificially held down as well. 670 is this evening's price. Swiftness is once again 670 is this evening's price. Ripe for an opportunity if it wasn't for this donut. And then same again. These are being artificially held down right now. Just so that too many people don't look at it and go, oh, there's money there. Apart from the fact I'm broadcasting to 200 people. Okay, that's fine. We can live with those. Best part is gambling with other people's gold. Oh, exactly, yeah. Why spend your own gold when you can persuade somebody else to spend theirs? Okay, our alchemy is primed and ready then. I need to have a little bit of a look. There's only one market I don't really have my foot in at all today. And it's going to annoy Zan, but it's tailoring. I have a bunch of dust I need to do something with. I have a bunch of cloth I need to do something with. Can't annoy me, I'm looking at 30 to 45% profit margins. Yeah, it's hard to get annoyed there. If anything, I'm only going to help your case if I need to buy anything. I'm not sure I do though. I've probably got 10 million gold worth of mats to turn into something already. Let's take
I have calibrated
a bit of
my
a
prices
curiosity
to be reasonable.
looky. 53 gold apiece. Yeah, I knew holding on to this was the smart play. So Q3 bolts are looking at nearly 500 gold a piece. We'll take those all day long. Our storm dust prices are very favourable, especially since my price on Storm Dust Q3. Okay, I don't even need to look at numbers. We just need to get crafting. Don't even need to look at the numbers. Just need to get it on the go. Let's assume I have everything I already need. Q3 of them, Q3 of them. Thank you very much. We've got enough for only 1,000 bolts? No. That's why we have all of this weaver cloth down here. And all of these spools. Okay, we'll start with a small stack just to get the ball rolling. I'm going to actually go get a refresh on the numbers just real quick.
I have an extended
Mastery 2's
supply
been
of
reset.
goods for Outlanders.
I was waiting for that to happen. I was assuming that was going to happen soon. Let me update prices on these. Good. Says that's stupid expensive. Says that there's no profit in it, which is absolutely wonderful. That means by the time we've made the bolts, we are hyper min-maxing our profitability on our dust. Lovely stuff. Let's get some buffs on the go up here. One of you. Am I out of ambidextry buffs? No, they're there. That's why. Right, let's get you just cooking. Where are they? Hello? There they are. Right. Let those cook for a minute. Oh yeah, these numbers aren't going to make sense, are they? Because they're in no way, shape or form anywhere near my my actual prices. My price on Storm Dust is like literally 150 gold cheaper. There we go. There we go. We knew that was going to happen. Just got to wait for the other ones to do it now. Probably more worth for you to sell mats at this point. Oh, it probably is, yeah. Almost categorically. But it's a good way for me to churn through a bunch of mats rather than just the... I've got a huge amount of weaver cloth that I've already bought, so I might as well convert it all. Herb and ore prices are bananas today. Oh, yep. They've stealth nerfed the amount of gleaming transmutagen you get from the daily transmutes by 50%. So you're only getting like 13 from your first of the day now. Is that what we're saying? It was more like 25, wasn't it? No, it was more like... It was about 20, I think. You're now only getting like 10 to 12. If I've got those numbers right, by the way, I'm amazed because I don't even have a Thaumaturgy Alchemist. 20 average, now down to 10 average. Okay. It's not going to make a blind bit of difference because it's still free. Free is still free. You sure I had 23 this morning still? Oh, okay. Ooh, ooh. $1,001. That's not going to take more than 20 minutes to disappear. Okay. Six, 7 on Nullstone still. Curiosity, what's Tinderboxes looking like? Tinderbox is a 6-7 as well. Okay, now. World is bonkers today. Literally bonkers. Did anybody reset inks yet? How many of you are out there watching inks, by the way? How many of you are scribes right now? One in chat if you're a stupid scribe. Oh god, absolute donkeys. Costing yourselves 75 golden ink there, my friends. That was absolutely primed for a reset earlier. I should have done it myself, shouldn't I? Do you have the multicraft tool on? There seems to be an awful lot of resourcefulness procs. Ah, good spot. How did you spot that before I did? Fair play. I'd have crafted all of those with my resourcefulness tool on. Actually, it's probably not that much different, is it right now? Not that one. Where's the... Oh, it is still significantly more. I was just thinking that the Storm Dust is so pricey that resourcefulness on Storm Dust is actually still money. I think I secretly hate my own fingers. I just got done disenchanting 2k braces and just bought enough mats to craft like another 3k more. Yeah, this is why I am never really been that excited about disenchanting. I know disenchanting has money in it, but yeah, the mindlessly sitting there pressing a flipping button, and the yeah, I like the craft all buttons. I'm happy with a good craft all button. If you don't have a craft all button, I'm probably not that interested. Just too bad multicraft on enchants doesn't exist. In a way, it's a smart move that they didn't allow multicraft on enchants. Can you imagine the flipping... Can you imagine like a 5x multicraft proc on a 25k weapon enchant or something? That's like literally outrageous. Breaker, that's probably not something I'd announce too publicly, to be honest, because that is against the TOS. And Warden is always watching. I understand the temptation. I wouldn't do it though. Where's me? Oh, craft results. That's the one I'm looking for. Right, we might turn this into green soon if we can. It doesn't need to be green, mind. I should do price overrides on some of my stuff, but if I was to properly price override on the dust right now, where's the price overrides? Where do you even do that? I don't even know. Is it in here somewhere? I don't even know. Cost optimization. I don't know. You can set CraftSim up to do some wildly magical things. I just don't bother. I just rely on the fact that I have Abyss Tailor. I just rely on the fact that I've got all of the points exactly where I need all of the points. And if at that point it's not profitable, then who cares? Then we'll stop doing it. The line will stop going up if it's not profitable. Yeah, Q3 and Q4's up here, but this doesn't make a huge amount of difference, honestly. It's like maybe 1% difference. Okay, flasks are clearly doing fine, although it's not really flask season just yet. Flask season is later on today, but for whilst some of them are at big numbers, we'll take advantage of it. The aggression and the verse, we might want to let those... I wonder if I let those sell through a little bit. Yeah, let's let those sell through a little bit. Aggression and verse. Let's plant a seed. Let's aggression. Let's plant a seed around here. So when they sell, we know where's swiftness doing? Swiftness is already nearly there. Wonder if we let those sell through. Yeah, rank two flasks have done their bit. Quite early in the day for rank 2 flasks to have done their bit. I suspect these will come back down again before this evening, but we'll play the game for now. I have a friend who's been using an auto-clicker every day since 2005. I mean, if it works, it works. But, you know, as a public figure, I cannot recommend. Going from 1 nullstone to 4... oh, yeah, for blacksmiths, yeah. Just because somebody's doing something and getting away with it doesn't mean it's not against the tier 8. Yeah, exactly. This is it. This is it. I still cannot cannot recommend. If people want to play with fire, they can play with fire. I'll just laugh at them when they get burnt. Hey, we're back in the green. Back in the green. Nearly 1,000 of these crafted now. We're going to have to craft up a few of the bolts. We've got all the spools unraveled already. We're going to need to craft those into bolts. We've then got a bunch more weaver cloth to unravel. Quite a bit of tailoring stuff to keep us busy for a while. The dawn weave I'm very tempted just to sell out, because the likelihood of me finding time to unravel it and then sell it is slim. If I can take a profit on just the mats, I might as well do it. In before the Reddit post, I got wrongly banned for botting and did nothing different from what I've been doing for the last 20 years, yeah. Yeah, you can literally, you can set your clock by the daily posts on Reddit of I got banned and I did nothing wrong. Sure you did. Sure you did. I'm quite sure there are cases out there of people getting incorrectly banned. I'm pretty sure there are. But it's kind of the cry wolf situation. You can clearly tell that there are so many people that clearly have been doing something nefarious and get themselves banned, and then they chance it by they're like, well, what have they got to lose, right? I'll make a sob story on Reddit and see if it gets overturned because of a sob story on Reddit. So many people cry wolf, though. I basically don't believe anybody that ever says they got banned in an unjust fashion, unless I know that person personally, you know, or really well. I usually... Now, of course, that'll come bite me in the ass one day. I'm sure I'll, you know, catch a ban and be all sad about it, but I know I stay far away from the fire. So, it's never happened yet. It's nice posting stuff on the auction house though and having it instantly sell. I think the Weaver rep bans were debatable. Just having 2 accounts logged on was triggering it. Yeah, some of those were very unjust. But at the end of the day, it was a 4-day ban. Like, it's a long weekend. Pfft, relax. It's fine. Annoying, potentially, but, you know. It was a slap on the wrist at the best anyway. Admittedly, it does flag your account, meaning that Blizzard will be watching closer. But the logic is if, like I said, if you're not playing with fire, you won't get burnt anyway. Meanwhile, you can exploit in the race to world first without anything happening. I do agree they should come down on the race to world first guys, actually almost more aggressively than they should on regular players, because it's a precedent thing, isn't it? Almost regardless to whether it's exploitative or not. Like, if you're doing even anything even remotely nefarious, they should just ban them. Boom, ban them. Because it sets the rule, right? They should be held to a higher standard than regular players. Because they're publicly facing, they're almost brand ambassadors for the company and for the game in general. Even if, you know, they're not paid by Blizzard. It's the same concept. They should be held to an even higher standard. You know, if they go within a country mile of a bug or an exploit, they should get swatted. Blizzard makes more money if people get perma-banned? What, because they buy new accounts? Maybe. My second account once got banned during TBC for teleport hacking, but it was the third-party gold seller that ported to me to buy my gold, so I should have been banned for gold selling, not teleport hacking. What a weird flex. I got incorrectly banned. Well, I got banned for something I didn't do, even though I was doing nefarious things. That's funny. They caught me just for the wrong thing. Limit had a mage exploiting bugged stacks for a DPS increase, but it wasn't used on the eventual kill of the boss. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you gain an advantage out of it or not. I still think it's the same scenario. You openly noticed there was a bug on something and continued to use it. Just because you didn't gain an advantage from it doesn't make it any less of an exploit, in my eyes at least. You should just ban them. Just get them gone. If you find a bug or you find an exploit, you should report it and then not do it. Advantage gaining or non-advantage gaining. I mean, they are, without question, the people who are in the position where they will naturally find these bugs significantly more frequently than other players because they're genuinely the first people to encounter in the world. So if there is a bug, these guys are going to find it. But they also have, quite literally, every single one of the Race to World First guys has a direct line to Blizzard devs, right? There's a separate Discord for the Race to World First guys. They have direct communication with all of the devs. It is 30 seconds work for them to log on to open a channel in Discord, go, this is the bug, send. And devs are reading it and fixing it as they're going, right? So there's absolutely no excuse for these guys to exploit anything. Sure, they find a lot of bugs because they're the first people to do things, but there's no excuse for them actually using them, whether they gain an advantage or not. Yeah, not to mention the devs are probably sat there watching the Race to World First anyway. They're up on the TVs in Blizzard HQ all the same. It's not like these things aren't, you know, it's not like they don't go unnoticed. Right, what's this swiftness one doing? Swiftness one is prime for reset now, or at least it has just been. Okay. Right, come on, swiftness, Flask. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away more. I'm not buying you out, just go away. I've got enough of you already, I don't need any more, just go away. They go in. They go in. People, stop posting. There we go. Somebody else, come and take the last 8, please. There we go. There we go. Right, so the swiftness flask is good. Have we... What's the aggression one looking like? The aggression one has still got a little bit to move before our seed gets bought. Aggression has still got a little bit of movement to do. Verse is the same. There's a few hundred flasks still left there before the seed sells. There's a good chance that whoever owns these will probably undo them and move them up once they go 700 plus. There's the potential for 800 gold on these again later today as well. Null stones are still flying off the shelves, which is hysterical. Love that. Oh my god, I got 10,000 spools to work through. I didn't realise I had quite so many. I'm going to run out of moss wool thread, of all things. Just give me 20,000 of the stuff. Go. Fill my bags with moss wool thread. Mine explaining split raids. Conceptually, split raids are basically designed to allow you to funnel gear to certain individuals at the highest rate possible. So in simple terms, you put all of the same, you stack all of the same armor wearing characters, or as much as you can at least in a raid, so that any gear that drops can more freely be traded to the others. And you put half of your team, half of your mains in that team, and then half of a bunch of alts, or in the case of Limit and Echo, randoms, that will then be able to trade the drops to the mains. It's a loot funneling system that's aggressively sweaty, but done correctly can speed up your gearing process on your main characters. It's funny because it is about as close to clever use of game mechanics as you can get, but it's completely been legitimized by Blizzard. So it is quite funny in that regard. It's the raid version of the shuffle. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you're optimizing the amount of gear you can get by bringing as many people that can trade you the gear. It does require those people to also not be able, you know, because if it's a gear, I can't remember the exact rules on this, but if it's an item upgrade for you, it restricts you from trading it or something. So you try and bring, you know, as geared alts as possible. This is why these Race to World First guys, they run like 5 or 6 copies of the same character often. So that they can funnel gear to one character eventually. It's all a bunch of shenanigans. Why is this number not... Oh, that number is moving. I got scared for a minute then. 6 minutes on these, but that can just stay doing its thing in the background. We had devs actively watching and resetting encounters for us on progress raids in TBC. We were a top 3 world guild. Yeah, well, this is it. Like, it's for the devs. It's like these are the guys that made, like, they're the guys that quite literally made those encounters. So like watching people try and go through them and use them and that sort of stuff is like, it's their shining moment, you know. They've spent months on creating these encounters. So yeah, of course they're watching. It's probably more entertaining for the devs than it is for, you know, most normal people watching it, because they actively made the damn thing, you know. You have unopened items in my collection. I know I do. I don't know what they are. Oh, I bought some stuff from the trading post. We got our crocodile. Our silver crocodile. The golden one was for the 1,000 traders tender thing, wasn't it? Okay, that number's slowly shrinking, which is fine. What's Q3 looking like? This is still being... Oh my god, these have nearly gone. These have nearly gone. Our seed is going to get bought soon. And there's a reset opportunity soon on the Q3s. Some big chunks here, but I'll happily sell them at 3.6. They'll go as high... I reckon these will probably go as high as 5k later. There's not much in the way. There's not much in the way of stopping that getting reset. There's big money in that this evening. I kind of accidentally put all of my eggs in Alchemy again this week, but my alchemist has had good luck with knowledge points so far this expansion, so profit whilst the profit's there. And then we can jet off into the sunset in a week or two's time. It's only 3 months to Christmas, by the way. You're right, actually. Yeah, it is. It's weird, you know. I was saying to Mrs. Mount, we were walking the dogs this morning, and I was like, this has been the most unnaturally warm September. Which makes it feel really weird that in 2 months' time it's going to be -20. It's literally going to come out of nowhere. What the hell are you saying? Christmas was last Wednesday? Well, Goblin Christmas, yeah. I actually think today might be a bigger Goblin Christmas. Because there is probably more demand for top-end crafted stuff today than there probably will ever be this entire expansion. Because Myth Vault plus Spark. Full Spark, Mythic Vault. That's got to be... I reckon there are people out there right now selling gems and enchants faster than they can physically make them. And those who bought a shitload of null stones or tinderboxes over the last few days as well are probably laughing all the way to the bank. And I'm going to sit here and casually sell my flasks until we get the flask hour later today. I can probably casually sit at 1.52 mil until later on this evening, where I reckon we'll do 6 or 7 mil in an hour quite easily. As long as this character in the background is doing bits, crafting some stuff. In fact, these exquisites, hang on, we're about to lose our timers, so we'll send those exquisites over. Someone else to
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
someone else to get on the sales list. Let's get those gone. Do we have any more lying about somewhere? We do. Who is it?
Let's make
Mr.
sweet,
Mr.
sweet
Plow.
profit together.
Simpsons fan by chance. Thank you very much for the 2 gifties. If you catching the last day of the drops, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Oh, hang on. One of you, one of you. Hang on. We're going to close this because I know I'm making money on these. I don't need the add-on telling me. Right, that can continue churning through these spools. Still no Weaver buff? Nah. That means I've got to go play an Ashgahet. Not about that. It's scary down there, I don't like it. It's all dark. Right, quick bathroom break. Back in 2. Alrighty. Grabbed myself a cheeky apple juice slushy. Let's see if it focuses. You can see see the ice crystals in it. Pure homemade apple juice ice slushy. Beautiful. Considering I started my day with a Red Bull, I thought I needed some natural energy. Right, you're still chunking along in the background nicely. Did you get the slushy machine then? I didn't actually get a slushy machine. I just have so much apple juice in the freezer, all in like 500ml and litre containers. If I take one out in the evening, it's nice and slushy in the morning. It takes about 12 hours for it to go from solid to slushy. And so I just do that every day. But I reckon the slushy machine would be really cool, actually. That'd be really cool. Are they expensive? Okay, they're not cheap. They're not cheap. I'm quite sure I can get them for less than that. Is this thing going to dox my location? I don't think so. Oh, whoa, hang on. He was asking something incorrect. Okay. This looks fine. Slushy machines. Slushy machines. They're a thing. A three machine slushy machine. These are like proper industrial ones though. These are like proper ones you get in like cinemas and amusement parks and stuff. There's a ninja one for $2.99. Oh my god. No, that's an ice cream machine. I don't want the ice cream machine. Or maybe I do. Do I? Maybe there is, just not in Finland. Oh my god. Oh no, that's their professional one. Oh my days. Yeah. Fuck off with your pop-ups! Oh my god. Ninja slushy. Going fast apparently. Woof! Oh, that's a gadget and a half. Casual $2.99. Quiet and stealthy. Frozen margaritas every day. That is actually mental. It's very tempting. Maybe I'll get it for the wife's birthday. I'm sure she'll love it. I'm sure she'll love it, and it's definitely not a gift for me. Aye, that's an absolutely banging idea, you know. Self-serve handle with pour spout. One-touch frozen drink slush, spiked slush, frappe, milkshake, frozen juice. Temperature control. Oh yeah. No ice needed. Rapid chill technology. Innovative 2-part system. Of course it does. Spins an auger around a cooling cylinder to freeze liquid evenly and maintain optimal temperature for perfect icy treats. I am sold. Now, summer lasts about 2 months in Finland. You had me at auger. Iced coffee! Oh my god. Oh, I bet you could. Slushy coffee? Why not? If you can do milkshake, yeah, why not? Oh my god. Take from 15 to 60 minutes depending on the ingredients volume and starting liquid temperatures. Just add sugar. Ah, you don't need sugar. Oh my god. That might be the best $300 I ever spend. Let me, out of curiosity, see where they sell them. Let me see if they sell them. Smoothie maker, blender, ice cream machine. Who is this ninja brand? How have I never heard of this ninja brand? Is this like straight out of China, just made it big on TikTok or something? Where did this ninja brand come from? Super American. I mean, it sounds it. I don't think I'm technically logged in here. I can't see food blenders. I can see lots of stuff that's not ice cream machines and stuff. What was it, about 300 euros, wasn't it? $300. No, it doesn't look like the electrical store in Finland sells it. So it's an import jobby. That makes it a touch more expensive. What about the other electrical store? I've got to be careful, I might be logged into this one. I am, but it's fine. Let's see if this other one sells it. All the blenders and stuff. Lots of ninja stuff, but no slushy machines. Doesn't look like I'm gonna get me a slushy machine. Damn. Might have to mail order it from somewhere. But that's crazy cool though. That's crazy cool. El Gigantin is Giganti in Finland, which is the Dixon's group. Curry's, if you're in the UK. I'm sure it's called other things, other places, but yeah, it's the Dixon's electronic chain. I'll put that on my Christmas list to Santa. we could do with a slushy machine here in the studio. I have so many Ninja products, really. Ninja air fryers, top notch. There's yeah, it sounds super duper mega American. Shark is another one, isn't it? My wife is obsessed with Shark products. She's got a Shark vacuum cleaner. We had one and it broke, and then she got another one. They also do this like upholstery cleaner that the wife wants. Have family send it over as a gift to avoid import. I can't import anything from the UK. It all gets stopped at customs. I can't even use Amazon.co.uk. It all gets stopped at customs. Stupid Brexit. If I order it, if I use Amazon, for example, I use Amazon.de. Sometimes the Swedish one, but the Swedish one's unreliable. Why did Null Lotus not turn out like Null Stone? It's far more easy to get Null Lotus than Null Stones. Is the simple answer. There was. It's probably not really that much of a. And for reference, Null Lotus only goes into flasks. Null Stone goes into a bunch of other stuff. So it's just needed far more readily. Wait, hang on. Why are we selling flasks of mastery so cheap? What's happened to the mastery flask? Who the Christ on a bicycle did this? You absolute animal. Absolute animal. Can anybody say a 200 gold undercut? Absolute animal. Pre-Brexit, it was awesome buying stuff at play.com. Music CDs delivered to my door for €6, shipping included. I remember play.com. That was one of the first big online retailers. Mega Drive games from the UK eBay was also bliss. True. Absolute animal. That's funny. Right, well we'll let those sell through then. Flask of Tempered Mastery. Let's pull that from our sale list for a minute. Bro did not want to be undercut, clearly. Clearly not. It'll cost you more than $300 in dental work. Oh, the slushy machine. Only if you put sugar in shit. If you don't put sugar in it, you're fine. Isn't it salt you have in a margarita anyway? Round the rim. I don't know. That's how I'll sell it to the wife. I'll sell it as a margarita machine. What's the name of the add-on you use to track knowledge? I don't know exactly what you mean. But try there. Probably spent a couple of days gathering, made some flasks, done. Just seems like a weird move. Seems like a weird move to have decided, you know what? I don't like 800. I don't even like 700. I like 600. It's alright. I did say earlier that it's way too early in the day for a reset on these, so... Most people, there's about a 2-hour window that happens later today where every man and their dog is buying flasks before they run off to do their Mythic Plus and the raid for the evening. That, like, 2-hour period is bonkers for flask sales. You have just simple syrup in a margarita. Best margarita recipe. Yeah, cookies. Yeah. Margarita means daisy in Spanish. Would you like a glass of daisy? The ads on this website, holy fuck. Tequila, freshly squeezed lime juice, and orange liqueur. Cointreau. can use a good quality triple sec. You can add agave if you would like to sweeten your margarita. Is it pronounced agave? I don't know. Agave syrup. Kosher salt. Additional lime slices or wedges. Please drink responsibly. Please advertise responsibly. Fuck me, sideways. Literally more adverts on this website than there is content, you know. Oh my god. Borderline an illegal amount. Ali, your website is cancer. Just saying. Just started my fishing journey. Do you know if it's better to sell the crusty Dark Moon cards or open them and sell the cards? They're worth about 50 gold a piece. I wouldn't worry either way. They're worth absolutely nothing. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but they're worth literally nothing. Ad block will change your life. Yeah, I know. I know. I do have ad block. Because you can't run around the internet without it, but I much prefer to subscribe. I'd much rather subscribe to a website like Wowhead, for example. With Wowhead, I just have Wowhead Premium. I'm more than happy to subscribe to a website to get rid of all of the ads. But when you randomly browse around the internet and you stumble across these odd occasional blogs that tell you something, you just have to run ad block. The internet is so disgustingly gross when it comes to ads these days, you basically don't have a choice. You're actually putting yourself at risk by not having ad block these days. Which is a bit of a sad state of affairs, but it's true. Right, they're selling nicely. Hang on, I can't hear anything going on in the background. Have we run out of spools? Something's gone on here. Keep going. Craft some bolts, goddamn you. Do you rely on multicraft when selling rank 2 flasks, or did you get really cheap mats? I can only find profit on the rank 3s whilst using concentration. Both. I have done everything you possibly can do to get my flasks at the cheapest price. I'm BIS build for flasks, and I have also got very cheap mat prices usually, because I buy in huge quantities. Some sites don't even really verify what ads they play, so you could be compromising your PC. Yeah, exactly. This is the problem. Like, there's a strong argument for ad block these days. It's weird because it's kind of similar to PC gaming and pirating video games. That the DRM on some video games is so gross these days that you get a better experience by pirating the game, which is actually mental. So much so that some game devs are actually more than happy for you to pirate their games. Because, like, okay, more than happy is probably not the right way to say it, but like there's a you're likely going to find that there are players out there that don't mind. People would rather you, for example, many game devs out there would rather you pirate their game than buy it off a third-party reseller. Either buy it 100% legitimately through like Steam, for example, or pirate it. Like most game devs will say do one or the other. Pirate the game or buy it from Steam. If you buy it off one of the third-party resellers, you're running the risk of it's a lot of black market keys, and those black market keys are likely to have been bought with dodgy credit cards, you know, which incurs chargebacks to the devs and all of that sort of stuff. Ad block's a similar thing for me as far as I'm concerned. Either pay for a website to not show you ads, or use aggressive ad block and block everything. Any reasonable website nowadays will give you an option to remove the ads for a small fee, such as you know, YouTube, Twitch, the ones we're probably more savvy with. They will always give you the option to get rid of the ads for a price that, if you use the site enough, is well worth it. Twitch Turbo, oh my god, Twitch Turbo and YouTube Premium, best $20 a month I spend. It basically means the two websites that I live on, I never see ads on either of them. Easily the best money you can spend every month. $16 a month for no ads on Twitch is not worth it. You probably don't live on Twitch long enough then. Or you have a tolerance for ads that's far greater than mine. Twitch Turbo is literally the best money I ever spend. I don't get that many ads, to be honest. I don't know why. It depends where you are geographically. The ads are somewhat targeted. If you live in the UK, or you live in Germany, or you live in America, you know, big companies where there's a lot of advertisements, you'll get a lot more. Right, the flasks are starting to do quite well now. They're starting to jump off the shelves. So much so, I have a sneaky suspicion. No, these are just selling like hotcakes. That's fine. Oh, these ones are nearly there. Somebody's turned up with a big stack of them here, but other than that, we're nearly about to start selling those ones. Verse ones are also remarkably close now. Oh, somebody's bought a shitload more null stones. What a crazy day. 20,000 null stones, by the way, just saying. Flipping hell. They came out the woodwork. There's some big chunks of these at like... Whoa! Hello. Big stack of 10k of them at 7k a piece. YouTube doesn't have the light options anymore. I don't need the music part. They're also increasing prices now. I couldn't, to be honest, yeah, they probably could do. I couldn't tell you what I actually pay for YouTube Premium or Twitch Turbo. Luckily for me, it's just a cost of doing business. So, in essence, I get it free. But, you know, that's because I have a YouTube channel and I have a Twitch stream.
Is that your wallet? Or are you
Which
just glad to see me?
you're all somewhat,
Both, I hope.
somewhat watching right now. Bolton with a prime, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Okay, well, I've nearly sold through all of these inks without them actually getting reset, which is fine. They're profitable at 300 gold a piece all the same. Do I move your PC, or do you have a few? No. Different room again? No, it's probably the same room, just with the light on. Yeah, the sun is out. You can see in the reflection in the TV here. The sun's just out. That's all it is. Yeah, a rare day of sunlight with a small sleeping puppy in the bed, sunbathing actually. You can probably see her a bit better this way. She's a bit bokeh out, but you can. Where's my finger pointing? There. I don't know. I'm not good. It's all in a reflection. Yes, the reflection in the TV that's not on. Yes, yes, exactly that. Because I have an adversity to burning electricity more than I need to. Shoot me for being eco-friendly. I suppose the eco-friendly thing is not to buy a massive, great big TV in the first place, but we'll ignore that fact. The fact that we're selling the flasks literally the second we put them on the auction house, and it's not even flask season yet, is pretty impressive. These are nearly there. Oh, these are getting close. These are getting close. Selling through nicely. See, this is what happens on reset day. Sanctified alloys are up to nearly 6k a piece. Clearly an indication that those who had them were, or well, they're gonna creep closer to whatever the nullstone price is. I still have nearly 500 nullstones, so I'm happy to trickle sell them out at these prices. But if there's any significant move on the price of these, I'll just craft some sanctified instead. What else goes into a sanctified alloy? Nullstones. Oh, it's like 2 nullstones and a tinderbox or something stupid, isn't it? I can't even remember at this point. I should do. Tinderbox is a 6.5k. Core alloys, yeah. I've sold through my tinderboxes though. I'm not overly excited about buying more, but they're still not terribly priced in case I need to. Core alloys at Q3 are 1800 a piece. That means bismuth must be about 220 gold. 229. I really need to get out more. Okay. That's equally not the worst price. Post 5 nullstones, post 20 flasks. They all sell. Boom, 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 boom. Right, how are we doing over here? Hang on, our speed buffs fell off. Let's fix our speed buff situation. My aim is probably to churn through most of this storm dust if I can today. Is it worth doing a cancel scan? I've got 1.1 mil of stuff that's not sold. Let's do... We haven't done a cancel scan yet today. Let's at least do one. Is the TSM graph happier now? Probably not, because we've spent about a gold cap on materials in the last day. It's a little bit hard to tell, because if we don't stop buying shit, we don't give it a chance to go up. But it's content. I wouldn't say it's happier, but it's content right now. This week is probably going to be the last week that I'm going to push for like aggressive crafting. Margins are still there, but they're hanging on by a thread. Next week might not be, especially since next week is going to be a half a spark week. Obviously, Vault will still be a thing, but the half a spark will mean that there'll be slightly less demand next week, and by the week after, I think I'll definitely be done. Would be my guess. Leave the market for the rest of us. Appreciate it. I also need to be careful that in a month's time Factorio comes out. So I want to be cashed out by the time Factorio turns up. I want to have fully liquidated by the time that turns up. So close. Oh, oh, oh. Getting there. I thought markets would get reset, but I never anticipated this much of a reset. Perhaps I'm dumb. Everybody that's crafting is in it for the same reason, though. You kind of got to remember that everybody's in it to make gold. Nobody does it for free, right? Sure, there are a few, you know, die-hard philanthropists out there, but most people who are posting shit on reset day are doing so at the expense of going and doing all of the reset day shit. So everybody that's posting stuff on the auction house today is in it for the same reason. They're all in it to make gold. And so this is why market resets almost naturally happen. Just because everybody's like, right, I'll take mine out and I'll post them at a higher price. And everybody does the same. Everybody does this. The concentration stuff flows through and it just gets bought out and basically has no effect. But everybody that's mass producing and mass crafting today is in it to make a profit. So it kind of naturally happens automatically. As long as there's enough demand for the crafted items, as long as people can sell through their stock, resets happen almost automatically. The material optimization can be enabled to optimize for the quality with the highest profit automatically. I also added the concentration optimization and this top profit optimization both to the new recipe scan options. It tanks FPS when scanning, but it works. Okay, nice. Nice. Working is good. Might have to tweak my posting numbers a little bit for later today. I'm just drip feeding the markets right now, as basically all we're doing is printing in the background. But actually, where's all of those? Where's all my exquisites? Oh, there was a shitload more in the mailbox I didn't pick up. Well, that's where they all are. Get some of those sold as well. What are they selling for? 458 gold apiece. Sheesh. Ching 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 ching. Oh, I've just realised you got. Oh, if you guys. Oh, I've just realised you guys have probably got the crafting sound, haven't you? You haven't got the auction house sound. Oh, let me fix that. You guys want the auction house sound. Sorry, we're 4 hours into the stream and I've only just realised, but. No, that's still the wrong one. Are you guys getting the auction house sounds? think that's the right one. I think that's the auction house sound. Right, those exquisites are doing bits, look. So I split my audio between all the different programs so that you guys don't get Discord pings or any of that rubbish. But it means when I have two accounts open, you only get audio from one of them. Turn that sound off on my end for a reason. Oh, okay, sorry. I thought I went by the assumption that the auction house sounds are vicariously living through me rather than this going churn, 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 churn all the time. Need an add-on that makes multi. What you just want headshot. I instantly went to Unreal Tournament then. Headshot when you get like a 7x proc or something. That's an easy weak aura, I'm sure. Somebody can bang that weak aura out. Monster kill. Yeah. I'm sure somebody can figure that one out. With ducks and bonk sounds. I reckon we're going to sell these faster than we make them, you know. Uwu sound pack. We're not going anywhere near that. I am not touching that with a barge pole. And keep your uwu sounds out of here. Take your stupid uwus and jog on. Oh! Oh, we're getting there. Almost. Somebody's desperately trying to hold the market down. For some reason, somebody's desperate to not let people in. Sold 200k spools at 19 gold each this morning. Bought the cloth at 44 gold yesterday. That's like 30% margin. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Right, these haven't quite sold through as fast as they could or should. It's not Flask season just yet though, so I'm not worried in any way, shape or form. These have nearly... Oh, somebody's come in and put a whole bunch there as well. That's fine. That's the price to start selling them anyway. Swiftness flasks are still pumping. Chaos ones are still doing... Whoa, that's a lot. Okay. What are we looking like down here? We are 200 flasks, 10% of the market away from tempered flasks being at good prices again. It's all going to plan so far. All going to plan. I've churned through a bunch of my storm dust. I've got about 1,000 bolts to go. Of Q3 at least. I have no idea what I'm going to do with all this Dawn Weave. There's part of me that just says to sell it. I can take... I've got 14,000 of it. I can take a 10 gold profit on this per which is 140k profit if I just sell it all now. It's not super exciting, but I'm not sure I'm going to do anything else with it. If I run out of Q3 bolts now, I do. Maybe switch down to Q2 for a bit. Oh, I haven't got that much Q2 storm dust left. Ooh, interesting. Oh, that's good. I've nearly churned through all of my dust then. Nearly. Not quite, but nearly. I'll buy the Dawn, 10 gold each. Yeah, I'm not that desperate to get rid of it. Arguably, I should do something with it. I should do something with it. No way you have 2,700 mastery flasks? Yes way. Is that literally more than's on the auction house right now? Probably is. Yeah. Yeah, I have more in my bags than there's actually on the auction house, full stop. It's like 8 million gold. Probably. You don't make millions without spending millions. Where else am I using Q2 Storm Dust? Am I using it anywhere else that makes me want to save any of it? I don't think I am. I think I'm happy to churn through most of it. My war bank has got too many mats in it. This is the thing. I need to... I'm not liquidating, but I'm modestly reducing the amount of stock I'm holding on to, as I suspect prices are getting a little bit more volatile. Not necessarily in the way I want them to go. A few days ago, went into a grocery store, and when somebody came to the door, the TSM auction house auction sound went off. What? Okay, they've got the same ding going off. That's a good indication of don't trust what you see on the auction house. Most people have that amount or more in their bag. Yeah, this is it, right? This is it. This is why when people go and they look at stuff and they're like, oh, should I reset this? You have to be aware that there are people out there that have got astronomical amounts of stock already. Just because they haven't listed it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Two children, a wife, and a lot of work. Also mythic raiding. Hard to figure out how to make gold when I'm putting in a lot of hours into raiding and gearing in WoW. You're not going to be able to mass produce things and sell it at much of a profit. What you will be able to do, though, is use your concentration to craft some top quality stuff for a very, very cheap price. In engineering, for example, you could be looking at things like the chaos circuits. Well, chaos circuits maybe not the best example because they take null stones and they're always expensive. But like you can use your concentration on engineering's just not good for gold making generally. Alchemy though, you could take some basic materials and produce some quality 3 flasks with concentration. Sure, you're not going to be able to make many of them, but you'll make them substantially cheaper than what they will sell for. Close to guaranteeing rank 3 on the verse flasks. You can push for that. You can push for that if you wanted to. You are going to need to make sure that you are absolutely BIS build though. just being able to guarantee something doesn't mean you are actually super duper 100% BIS. You're going to need to make sure that you have your bulk production node full. You're going to have to make sure that you have all of your tools and everything fully set up. Alchemy is probably one of the most competitive out there, I would say, on pricing. Just need my tools to be crafted. Got 2 of them so far. Yeah, you might be there then with flasks. It's just remember that with the top tier stuff, you're competing against, well, dare I say it, people like me, who spend an awful lot of time and effort and already have a lot of stuff. This is why it's difficult. You may kill mythic bosses. I take down people in the auction house. We play the same game, but we do it from different directions. Additionally, if you don't have that much playtime, because crafting stuff is only part of the problem, then you've got to sell it all. I might have a shitload of flasks here, but it's going to take me the best part of today to sell them all. You can make 50 to 100k an hour just herbing and mining right now, which is actually mental money compared to what you usually make by farming. Depends how much gold you actually want. I understand mythic raiding's not cheap though, so. Oh, those verse flasks have disappeared fast. Okay. Mastery flasks have actually stacked up. That's quite amusing. They'll sell out later today. The aggression ones, big barrier here, but I'm about ready to start selling those, I reckon. Start selling the aggression ones. Verse ones are within seconds of being at 660 a piece. So we'll start selling those as well. Go on, disappear. 7 to go. 8 to go. There we go. Beautiful. Do have to be honest, having a hard time making profit on alchemy feels like you don't make any profit without using concentration or having BIS spec. Yeah, you don't. It's quite simply, you don't. Alchemy is probably the most competitive profession there is. 2% margins are the norm throughout most of the week. You make all of your money with alchemy in about a 2-hour window, usually. Unless you are super vigilant about buying your herbs massively. Alchemy's super competitive. Elaborate on that 2-hour window. You know that 2-hour period of the day when everybody buys all their flasks before they run off to their raid? That 2-hour window. Hang on, there's a name I recognise. A wild Zan appears on my screen. In the leatherworking market. I'm running out of leatherworking stuff, actually. My carapace-backed hides I'm nearly out of. They're nearly gone. No comment. Did inks fix itself? Did the inks fix... Oh, I've run out of inks. Who cares? I was about to say, did the inks fix themselves? But I've got like 4 more. I should craft some more of these, to be honest. I don't have enough time to process all these materials. We're nearly out of bolts for now. Maybe we should diversify a little bit more. I ain't never going to get round to selling to flipping doing anything with these, am I? When do I usually buy my materials? I've been trying to find cheap price, but the price never goes down. I don't focus on getting the mats super cheap really yet. But that's because I have BIS builds in my professions. I know that my crafting costs, even if I buy my materials at the same price as everybody else, I'm content that my crafting prices are still probably less than theirs, even buying materials at the same price. But when everybody catches up with their professions and their specs and their builds, that's when you have to start being a little bit more vigilant on price. And if you're behind in your build, it's very, very difficult, even buying your materials cheap. It's not a case, like, it's more of a case of the fact that if you bought, look at jewel crafting, for example, right now. The price of basic ore has doubled in the last couple of weeks. If you spent 10, 15, 20 million gold on ore 2 weeks ago, you've got a much better crafting price on whatever you're crafting and selling now. You could arguably just be selling the materials back out again as well, but, you know, that's not fun. People enjoy crafting and selling things. Right, I'm going to say that we're probably done with tailoring for a little bit now. Decision time. Do I unravel all of this dawnweave, or do I unravel a little bit of this dawnweave? I gotta micromanage this, which is the problem though. I've got to sit here and just watch it, because you can only do it a stack at a time, which is partly the reason why I'm never going to get round to doing it, am I? Somebody just hoover up the exquisite weavercloth bolt market again, clearly. What about enchanting? Haven't given that much of a look. Is it easy to get a good build and make some gold, or does it take a lot of knowledge points as well? You will be using your concentration to make gold. You'll craft 1 or 2 top tier enchants with your concentration, and then you'll wait till your concentration recharges, and then you'll do it again. Mass producing, if you haven't started with enchanting, you've got absolutely no chance of mass producing enchants for a profit right now. No chance. You need hundreds of knowledge points to mass produce them. Yeah, it's just been pointed out in YouTube chat. Pretty much the rule is that if it's easy, you're not going to make much gold. Enchanting has a big catch up though. Oh, it doesn't catch you up anywhere near as much as you need though. You can continuously disenchant stuff for bonus knowledge points, yes, but that will only catch you up so far. It's not going to make up for a lot of the knowledge points that you'll still be missing. The catch-up system is arguably better because you can just continuously disenchant stuff, but it's still going to leave you at best, I don't know, at best 80 points, maybe, something like that. Because the catch-up system doesn't catch you up all of the way. You'll still be missing some points. Like anything, your weekly, what is it, like 3 points or something for the turn-in? You won't catch those points up. Your weekly treasures, it won't catch those up. It will only catch you up points that you have missed from disenchanting in past weeks. So it still won't catch you up all the way compared to people who have got like full BIS builds. Not to mention, it's also not going to really help you that much because you're still going to be behind on artisan security, meaning you won't be, unless you do a shuffle, you won't be able to get the knowledge point books and stuff as well. The catch-up's a bit of an illusion, really. It's even worse with the patron orders. Catch-up for most of the other professions basically doesn't exist. Because you can't actually churn through it. Which is why everybody, if you haven't really started with your professions or you're playing catch-up, you should go into concentration builds. Spend as little as you possibly can to get to the point where you can use concentration to craft at quality 3, and then just do that every day. Do that every day, and make your gold that way. Or jump on a druid and do some herbalism and mining. Honestly, like it looks really cool here, right? This looks really cool that I've sold nearly 2 million gold worth of stuff in the last hour. This looks cool, but when you consider the profit on this is like 10-15% maybe. You start to realize that 1.8 million gold of sales is probably like 100 to 150k, which is still better than herbalism and mining, but not by much. And when you think about how much I've had to risk and how much time it's taken to be able to do this, if you haven't already done it, it's far more difficult to replicate. I'm not saying you can't, I'm just saying it's going to be difficult. And it's even more risky than it was previously. Are we in a position where we can sell some of the mastery is still cheap? Which ones am I not selling? Okay, it's only the mastery ones right now that I'm not selling. These are very close to being sold through. These have been very close for a while. The problem is these are flipping 3,000 gold a flask. People don't like spending 3,000 gold a flask, I've learnt. They'd rather not spend 3,000 gold a flask, especially when they can spend 600 gold a flask instead. That's a lot of stock there, you know. Woo! Spicy. Are you into bonds, forex, stocks, etc. IRL? No. Being a content creator doesn't afford me life's luxuries to have overly large amounts of money to trade with IRL. It's much easier to be rich in WoW. I just like maths. Yesterday I sold over 30k gilded vials. Looks good on just the gold you collect. Yeah, that's it. This is why the dopamine kick from crafting is huge, because you can get really big numbers. You can get huge, great big mailboxes. You can, if you're serious about crafting, you can spend 10 million gold in a day and then open a mailbox for 11 million gold the next day. And that in itself is quite the adrenaline rush. People can get their dopamine kick from that. Still not Still not Shadowlands Legendaries money, though. I don't think there's going to be anything that ever beats that. That was consistent 5 to 10 million gold a day mailboxes. Not just for a couple of days, but for like months on end. Wild. If you like a mailbox opening, look at K-Chak's latest video. Did he open his mailbox? He probably took 100 mil out of his mailboxes, didn't he? I suspect. By the time he sold all of those flipping potions. $130? I assumed as much. When you open the mailbox and you have nowhere to put the gold. It's a nice problem to have. I think my biggest mailbox opening was, I think, 80 mil. And that was the day after 9.2 legendaries. There's the potential to do even more ridiculous things now that region-wide auction house is here, though. To think that I did 80 million gold in sales in one day, and that was on one server. Like, I cannot even begin to think just how ridiculous legendaries would be if base legendary items were on region-wide. Can you imagine the ridiculousness? Considering you could do 80 million in sales in a day on one server. Like, if that was on region-wide, I don't even know what to think the number could have been. Not to mention the cancel scanning would be obscene, yeah. You'd be right. Admittedly, I did do 80 million in a day on a top 5 population server. It wasn't necessarily the same everywhere, but... What's the war bank limit? 100 mil. Oh, Orkandune. I was on Sylvanas. Oh, that was only one of my servers. I did the 80 mil on Taran Mill. I did 20, maybe, on Sylvanas. 18 or 80? 80. Yeah. I've got screenshots of it somewhere. I can't remember. If I remember right, I think it was about 35 million gold I spent on crafting everything. And then sold it all for about 80, I think, roughly. In fact, no, maybe 80 was me doing it across the 2 realms. I think Taran Mill, because I remember I did slightly less than Zan. I think I did like 68 million on Taran Mill. And then about 15 on Sylvanas or something. And then 2 days later, I cashed out and never touched legendaries ever again. Literally, I was like, right, I'm done now. See you later, boys. Good old 50 mil reset. It was, yeah, it was buying Progenitor. See, the risk, right? The risk there was I spent 2 weeks buying Progenitor Essentia. I spent 2 weeks doing nothing but spending, and then more spending. By the end of that 2 week period, I think I'd spent 35 million gold before I'd sold a single thing. It's the prime example of big risk, big reward. Oh, somebody's just posted a bunch more of these. We're nearly there, though. Yeah, big risk, big reward. These are... Either these are filtering out, or somebody's just came in and hoovered up a bunch of these. Drawn crafting's doing about 12 mil an hour for me at the moment. Reset days are amazing. Yeah, if you're actually selling like top-end crafted stuff, my entire focus was on intermediates. So my numbers aren't as big, but if you're selling gems right now, you're selling enchants right now, you're probably doing silly money. Flask hour later today, though, is going to be pretty bonkers. At that point, I'll probably shift all of this in one go. Capped out at 19.5, I just can't reach 20 mil. Yeah. Yeah, if you're selling the actual top-end crafted goods now, your hourly numbers could be wild. I wonder if I put all my stock on the auction house right now, what it would total up to. I need a little add-on that just counts everything in my bags and gives me a number. There was one of those at some point. I can't remember what it was. I don't think this is probably only 10 to 12 mil of stock. I haven't actually got that much crafted. Inverted prism reset from 5k to 15k. Holy. Damn, son. Scared shitless because all my gold was in Pog Essence. I remember you were being very cautious with it because you were with me on Sylvanas, if I remember. You can check in TSM's ledger inventory. Yeah, it's busted. That thing barely works. Not to mention it counts everything else. It doesn't just count what's in my bags, nor does it just count what's on this. Like, it's just the number's just wrong. In theory, it's nearly 9 mil of flasks, 7 mil of null stones. Don't know why it's claiming that there's 4 mil of safety switches. Why is it counting rank 3 safety switches at 200? Have safety switches been reset? Somebody reset safety switches just as TSM took its snapshot. I need to check. They have been reset. TSM did its snapshot just as the reset happened. Somebody must have done that like on the hour or something. TSM's snapshot for safety switch is at 210,000 gold. That's funny. Yeah, my TSM graphs and everything are completely broken. TSM's not tracking even half of my sales. I don't mind. We count the gold when we stop selling. There's no point wasting time counting your gold before you finish selling. This isn't making any noise in the background. That's yeah. I ain't never getting around to unraveling all of this. We're just gonna sell it. We'll fix a problem. We'll just get it gone. Is that rain outside? Is it raining? Good, it's raining. That will freshen up the air outside. It was really muggy earlier. Right. I could do some... I'm not going to do any more unraveling on this dude. Let's go inks. Should we have a look at inks? See what inks are doing. I don't know if I've got any herbs left, though. Inks seemed a little competitive, mind, but... You have no groups, I suppose, to filter by. Yeah, my TSM setup is just hacked together. The definition of hacked together right now. Basically, most things I sell go into these 4 groups. And then if it's stuff I want to pay a little bit more attention to, it's broken out in a bit more detail. But apart from that, yeah, my group, my TSM setup basically doesn't exist. It's designed to get the job done. It's not designed to be pretty. A few people have pointed out Journalator, as it seems to track things a little bit better than TSM does at the moment. Like I said, I'm not bothered. As long as I see my gold total overall slowly rising, I'm fine. Only once it plateaus will I start to pay a little bit more care. And then if I ever see it going down, we'll just sell out and call it a day. I think I'm bis build on this dude now. For inks and the likes. 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, yeah. My decision now is, do I push into improved ciphers to make these at Q3? I can still make ciphers. I can only make them at Q2 though. More importantly, I'm not convinced I have the herbs to do this. Although, why have I got a shitload of this pigment? And why did I never make any shadow inks out of these? Make more shadow inks. Do it. Do it now. Do it now. Why did I not do that once upon a time? Especially considering today's ink day. Killing the world boss whilst not in a raid group will give you 50 disc fragments. Ah, interesting. Handy. Do that twice, job done. I might step into the open world soon. Not yet, though. Is there a way to get TSM mailbox to show the total gold for all 300 plus mails? It seems to only count the 100 visible. It's because it's the only 100 it can see. You don't. There's no client side information until you get to them, so there's no way to track them. There's part of me that thinks that these inks... I'm violently trying to remember why I smushed all of this Orbinid and Blessing Blossom, but then didn't do anything with it. There must have been a reason. I can't think what that reason is. Oh well. Do I look at maybe it was for codifieds that I never bothered to actually make. Oh god, I don't know now. I need to go check some prices real quick. Love the new patron orders. They should be generally a little bit better for most people, yeah. What's Orbinid Q2? Orbinid pigments 24 and 30. Orbinid Q2 at 55. Either Orbinid Q2 is... Whoa, wait. Hold up. Hold up. Wait, hold up. It's 1 to 1.5, isn't it? One herb gives you 1.5 pigments. So those prices don't make sense. Don't make any sense. Orbinid pigments seem remarkably cheap then. Those numbers don't make sense unless my internal maths is wrong. I've never spreadsheeted flipping inks. That's the problem. That's why I don't craft many of them. I was pretty convinced it was 1 to 1.5. Makes milling Q3 Orbinid worthwhile, but it doesn't make milling Q2 pigment worthwhile at all. 30 gold. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's mostly based upon the fact that people are taking a lower yield, but because Orbinid Q1 is cheap enough to make it still worth doing. Yeah, you're right. So actually, to make your pigments, you smush Q1 herbs at this rate, yeah. Flipping milling being complicated. What's the max on Blizzard balance? $250, €250, I think £200. It'll tell you when you cap it out though. Let's check lure drop and Myco Bloom, you smush Q2s. Flipping make money just on the pigments. Hello? That's wild. Oh, okay. That's because they're not actually 25 gold a piece. They're more like 30 by the time you've bought some. 30 times 1.5, 40. Yeah. First wax pile, a tinderbox. Go get that lottery ticket. Herbs are not looking too fruitful today. I was thinking about making some more inks, but I'll make inks out of what I've got, but I'm not buying any more. Not buying any more, not today. It might be time for me to go grab some food before it gets silly this evening. These are selling through. These are holding on for dear life. It's fine. These are down to 630 a piece. Nice big chunk of them here. Was that a reset price? Or was that just everybody piling in on top of these? That doesn't look like a reset price. Have I sold out of my exquisites already? Wow. Okay. That's wild. Yes, we are selling those basically faster than we produce them. That's fun. That's fun. Right, let's get a quick cancel scan on the go then. I got a single flicker for alchemy, but I've never missed a knowledge point since release. Weird. Got one for engineering too. Yeah, I'm not actually overly convinced that those flickers are like very useful as a catch-up system. Because I've also had a flicker on my alchemist. For no reason. I don't know why. I don't really know what's going on. So not only a catch-up system, but also a stay-ahead system. It feels like that. It feels illogical. Let's put it that way.
Be careful.
Since I changed realm, my knowledge points from patron orders are basically non-existent. Feels like a bug. I'm already behind and nothing for a week.
Looking for something special?
I don't know. Doesn't sound fun, but I don't know. Right, there's a handful of inks made. You can get those listed. Probably not going to make too many more. If the maths doesn't look completely obvious, I'm not going to wrestle with it. I'm just going to let it be. I should look at leatherworking. Leatherworking is a lot of hard work. Keeping on top of listing stuff is probably more important than leatherworking, but I'll have a look. Unless... Do I make some sanctified alloys? Should we at least have a look? I'm having no problems whatsoever just selling null stones by themselves. So I'm not really super bothered about whether I try and turn them into sanctifieds for yet more profit, or whether I just, you know, continue to sell the null stones. Making some sanctifieds would mean I'd probably have to buy tinder boxes, which starts to get a bit icky. Oh. Quick sanity check on orders for blacksmithing, because they're usually funny. A flicker on a recipe I don't have. A knowledge point on a recipe I don't have that also requires me to provide 8 alloys. Lol. Just a casual 40k on a recipe I don't even have. So many levels of absolutely not happening. 1 mace for 1 knowledge point. Okay, wonderful. Needle set, I don't have this recipe either. I'd love to help you, but I don't have the recipe. You provided top tier mats though, fair play. But I don't have the recipe. Right, let me just go refresh my auction house numbers. Oh, flipping hell. It's kind of difficult to find a safe spot to stop listing things. Because every time I press the post button, I'm making about 50k. I don't want to not press the post button. Let's start at the beginning. I can't believe there's profit to be made day trading on core alloys. That's wild. Q3. That's not true. What was going on there? Try again. Oh. That's why. Let's take day trade numbers because I don't have too many mats. Get out of here. There's not 70 gold profit on core alloys. You are smoking crack. Yeah, I thought as much. Big boy ones. It might be worth throwing a couple of mil at this today. I didn't want to start a brand new crafting session. Okay, numbers are a bit tighter on the charged alloys. Sanctifieds. Sanctifieds are pretty tight if you're paying today prices on null stones. But what if you're not paying today prices on null stones? Let's say you not paying today prices on null stones. You're with an ever burning ignition and one of those. There's a temptation to at least have a play. What do we think's worth spending on? Any idea why I can't drink inky black potions? It just doesn't work. Any other potion works. Oh, do they not work in Hallowfall? Oh, that's interesting. Am I making cheap ones or am I making big ones? They're all within 400 gold of each other, so it shouldn't make a blind bit of difference. How many null stones have I got left? 391.
Goodbye.
3 points short of maxing out bulk production. I want to cry. Buy some recipes. Do some first time crafts. Have you got your treasures for the week? No, don't set. I need... Didn't I buy a shitload of these earlier? I did. Okay. Speed buff, ever burning ignition. Click the table. Alloys, Q3. Go. Right, multi-craft me game. Do me all the multi-crafts. I need about 300 of these things. Right, come back to that in a minute.
How may I aid you?
Ting, 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 ting. Bring me the money. I'm maxed. Since I'm not a goblin, I had to put some extra points into herbs to make rank 2 alchemical chaos profitable last week. I see. This is why if you have a plan, you shouldn't change it, because it will come back to bite you. So these are selling. This number's starting to move. I'm not being too aggressive with selling them at 3,200. They're still profitable, mind, but I don't want to sell too many of them at that price because it's super close to being switched up to like 35, 36. And it wouldn't surprise me if during peak season this evening this goes up to like 4.5. Same with most of these others. I'm not being too aggressive selling my flasks right now. I just want to keep stuff trickling through. I'm on a bit of a cold streak with my core alloys. Good thing we're going to smush them into sanctifieds anyway. I need multicraft to go burr. It's just outside the range of where using mirror powder actually is beneficial. So, as long as I break even on these, we're alright. Still thought I'd craft them myself, just to give myself a little bit of a chance to be on the right side of RNG for once. Doesn't always happen. Disenchanting have gold profit. Disenchanting, you can probably make it profitable, but I couldn't tell you how. I don't do disenchanting. It's too time consuming. I'd rather spend my time farming than disenchanting, honestly. If you're going to stand there pressing a button consistently, you might as well just be flying around picking up herbs. You'll make more. I doubt you're going to be able to make much more than like 30, 40k an hour disenchanting. How much are the tokens over on Team NA? 281 in EU. 174? 174k on Team NA. 175k. Holy, that's cheap. That's a cheap token. That is a cheap token. Let's not forget it was nearly 400k not so long ago. That's like less than half price right now for Team NA. Team NA love swiping. Swiper does swipe. They love a good swipe. Oh, we're not crawling out of this hole. Oh, shit. Not crawling out of this hole. 51 gold expected profits. We're like minus 200 because we're not getting the multi-crafts. This part of the process was never to make gold anyway. This was just to give us the mats to make the other ones. It'd be nice if we did, but the wrong side of RNG sometimes happens. Yeah, we've had like 2/3 of the multi-crafts that we probably could or should have had. And even our resourcefulness procs haven't been very lucrative. Just bad RNG on bad RNG here. We'll make it back, it's fine. So, Q3 flasks, we are able to sell them. They are moving through, which is good to see. The fact that they're moving through is a good indication that we can probably let this sell through now quite easily. If they are selling. I don't need to be selling them. So we can take those off. Let them sell through. Sometimes you need 1,000 crafts to actually have a chance of 95% profits at all. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So sometimes you got to just craft ludicrous amounts of stuff. This is what I think a lot of people get confused by with craft sim. Is their assumption is that they see a profit and they craft 10 and they're like, well, I didn't make a profit. I'm like, no. Try crafting 1,000 and then you might make the profit that it claims.
Hail.
I might just list this Dawnweave just as is. See you later. Make that easier. We've got some shadow inks to sell again. Below min, posting at min. What the hell's happened to the shadow ink market? Whoa, hang on. What's going on here? Oh, nothing. It's just my TSM's had a heart attack for some reason. Alright, it's fine. That'll fix itself soon. Uh, 3 minutes on this. Have we got our 282? I need 300 preferably. Have we righted the wrong? Absolutely not. Oh dear. What abysmal success rate on core alloys we've had this run. I need 300. I'm going to cut my losses on that one, I think. One of you, one of you, one of you. Okay, go. See if we get some better luck on our Sanctifieds. Let's pray to RN Jesus we get some big tinderbox, some big nullstone resourcefulness procs, and some massive multicraft procs. We need some +7s in here. 3% margin. Let's go. Let's go 3%. I have 3,000 quality 2 flasks ready to undercut Manthe by 1 gold with. Go for it. Come on, multicraft procs. To the moon. Max multicraft on set. I couldn't tell you. Somebody in chat might know, but I ain't got a clue. Don't have the recipe. There's a big multi-craft. Nice +6. Another one. Could do with a few of those. Pull us out this hole. Is it worth to use mirror powder on crafts? Yes, when it's worth to use on crafts. You're going to have to run the maths yourself. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. If it sets you up to make more gold than it costs you to buy the mirror powder, then the answer is yes. If not, the answer is no. I usually go by a rough rule that it's going to have to cost me more than 5,000 gold to press the button. Then it might be worth looking at mirror powder, but that's obviously only if you can proc multicraft and if you've got everything else in line as well. You have to test. You have to run the numbers. You have to find out. Crafting's one big maths game. Got to do the maths. Oh, we were nearly green then. Come on, couple more multi-craft. There we go. Green numbers. And still green numbers. Oh, and red. What an emotional roller coaster. Right, let's leave those cooking in the background. Somebody just gone and cleaned out the weaver cloth bolts again. I think they have, you know. It's got Zanzibar wrote all over it, that is. Oh, no. Ew. Searching with TSM. No, it's just people are chunking them out of the market. It's quite humorous that there's 11,000 there. Out of 18,000. Okay. Let them be. Let them chill. I did nothing. I do nothing. It was not me. Well, we're still green. We're near to expected on multi-crafts. Oh, we got a big +6 that propelled us a little bit forward there. I also need to point out that this number's very low to what it actually is for me. My null stones were not anywhere near market price. Arguably, I could have just sold the null stones, but if I can add even more value to them via crafting with them, why not? Time is it? Oh, it's nearly 4. I gotta go eat some food. I think I'm gonna craft these sanctifieds and then I'm gonna get me some food. I think I said that about an hour ago, didn't I? But I just crafted 5 tools for a guy and resource procced every time full rank 3 mats. Nice. Tools are expensive as well. I tell you what, I'm glad I don't need to buy many more tools. I need to recraft a few. My profession gear is not fully min-maxed. I was kind of just getting it nice and early, with the intention of recrafting it to Q5 when it's cheaper to do so. So I need to recraft a bunch of my gear, but I'll do that myself. Our resourcefulness procs are looking okay. We're slightly behind on multi-crafts, but we are still tracking somewhat close to expected. Oh, big +7 there. We take those and a +5. Thank you. Thank you. Love me a hot streak. Which flasks and vials are you using? There's the enhanced ambidexterity, and there's the vial of the quick hands, just to speed things up a little bit, just to make more per ever-burning ignition. If you're blacksmithing, this is an absolute must, by the way. Don't craft anything with blacksmithing without this up. Well, alloys at least. Hello? Hello? Sure. It's weird, we had quite a run on flasks earlier. Now it's gone a bit quiet again. Now it goes a little bit quiet, and then in a couple of hours' time, it just goes bonkers crazy. It's so fun to watch. See, sometimes this is what I don't understand, right? Our resourcefulness has not saved us even the expected amount. We've had less multicraft procs than expected, but our actual profit has nearly doubled the expected. So I'm like, how can that be? How can you expect to have done better in both scenarios? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. I guess this is because it's just straight up how many multicrafts. I could have had more multicrafts, because multicraft also rolls high or it can roll low. When multicraft lands, it can be anywhere from like, oh, it gives me just 1 extra to like a +7 proc, which is mental. It's clearly showing that while I haven't had as many multicraft procs, the ones I have had have been juicy. You can see here 2.33 for the extra items is what it suspects I'll get. I've actually got 2.8, so my multicrafts have been good. And just that slight little bit of extra multicraft, by the way, has basically doubled my potential profits. So as long as you know, the more numbers you stack, the more numbers you have, the better your numbers, the more stats you have, the greater chance you actually have of coming out ahead, especially when you craft in bulk. If I crafted just the first 100 of these, I'd have taken a loss. But the second 100 balanced me out, and the third 100 is what's actually then created me the profit. And this is why I think so many people end up with, like, they just unfortunately have to stop before they get to the good bit, because they just can't craft in big enough numbers. This one batch was like, what does it cost to press the button? 15,000 gold is the cost to press the button. Multiply that by 300. Yeah, 4.5 million gold it cost me to do this batch. That's the thing, right? This is the problem people have with crafting. Most people don't have 4.5 million gold to craft one item. But if I'd only spent if I'd only spent 1 million gold and only crafted like 50 or 60 of them, I might have crafted all of them and just been unlucky. And then you spend 1 million gold and you get 700k back, and people are like, fuck no, not doing that again. But if you can craft in bulk, you can get much closer to the actual maths. But it's, even if you have the gold, it's sometimes a bit scary to throw 4.5 million gold just casually at a single item. Oh, my buff's gone. Oh, I was. Well, I'll sell the bonus tinderboxes and nullstones. I'm not going to make any more. So let's send all of that off to be sold. Could have probably made some bonus items out of that. In fact, shit, I've got nearly 1,000 bismuth lying about. Ah, Christ, I'm going to have to convert that into flip it. I can't have 1,000 rank 3 bismuth lying about. We'll have to make that into alloys. We'll play the Gamba game on alloys. Pop an ever-burning ignition. Can't have that lying about. Just you know. Just burning a hole. So here, for example, if we go into statistics here, so now we can see that it claims that these alloys are going to make me 51 gold or a 2% profit margin. But to be able to get that, how many times am I going to actually have to craft something? 100? No, I can craft 100 core alloys and still only have a 62% chance of actually making profit. 500? 500 alloys, and there's still only a 75% chance I'll actually get this profit margin. So this is, hopefully, as you can start to tell, you've got to craft things at monstrous, actual monstrous quantities before sometimes you'll actually get profit. I'll go and eat in a minute. I need to, I can't have 1,000 bismuth at rank 3 just lying about not doing anything. We'll gamba on some core alloys, just what with this last buff. Let's get some of those sanctifieds. Let's get the rest of those null stones. Let's get those tinderboxes. Are my tinderboxes in a group? Tinderboxes groups. No, tinderboxes are not in a group. How many we got? Oh, 16. We'll just sell them one at a time. Trickle feed them in. Snatch up some insta sales.
Greetings, traveler.
Wait, what flask were we not selling then? Mastery at Q3. Why not? Oh, that's why not. Because it's really goddamn close to spiking. Something's not right. I'm making profit even from 200 alloys with ever burning. The profit range from 50 to 100k, depending on the core alloy price. Like I said, you might have a couple of runs where you craft 100, 200 of them, and RNG blesses you. But just as much as it can bless you, you could then go 500 crafts and not make a penny. This is the thing, right? When margins are small, and core alloys especially, their multi-craft proc is a bit weird. It's not as good because it can proc 1, 2, and I think maybe 3 is about as high as you can get. It's not quite as juicy as the others. The trick is to stop crafting once it goes green. In a way. Craft until it goes green and then peace out, yeah. Blesses me from 260 to 300 alloys, crafted from 2k bismuth. Never had any less. Yeah, the TLDRs, you just got to do things at a big scale. Every gambler quits before the jackpot, exactly. Everybody stops just before they're about to win big. Has anybody been able to figure out the math formula for multi-craft in the War Within? Oh, well, people know how it works. It's just not easy to predict. For most items, multi-craft can, let's say you're crafting just one thing, multi-craft in many cases can proc up to 3 bonuses, but the likelihood, it's not an even distribution of likeliness, and that's where it differs per item, and I don't know if it's even possible to dig it out of the game files exactly how it works. So this is why things like Craft Sim, they work towards averages. So it's still for the most part an estimation with multi-craft. Resourcefulness we understand a lot more. Here we go, some alloys coming through. It's not. You have to estimate based on crafting data of players. Oh, you mean resourcefulness even? Or multi-craft? That would be something that Craft Sim would be really clever if it could do. Oh, multi-craft even. Yeah. That could be a really clever thing. I don't know exactly how that works, but much like how TSM harvests data. if Craft Sim could also harvest, it might need to be a tick box option when you install the add-on kind of thing. Would you allow Craft Sim to harvest your craft results for better improving the data in the add-on? I don't know. I don't know if I don't even know if that's possible, but oh, more cloth going, more cloth, more alloys, more everything. Just everything. Everything is selling. Would you allow Craft Sim to harvest your organs? Yeah. For the betterment of goblins all around. It does gather data with your craft results, but people just need to show it to me. Oh, I see, okay. Wait, how does that work? Oh shit, I don't hear anything going on behind the scenes. What's going on? Oh, we've run out of bismuth. Cool, perfect, that's what we wanted. Did we win? Wow! Are you winning, son? How many core alloys did we make to make 1,000 gold? 115, with a retail value of about 200k. Boom. Not 2% margins. No. Sub 1% margins. Gotta love that. Gotta love that. Oh shit, it's really raining outside. Good thing we don't have to leave the house. Statistics tracker? Wait, is that another button somewhere? Statistics. Concentration. Is it in the options somewhere? Craft sim. I don't know. Oh, I see. Huh. Straight up didn't know this window ever existed. Can you show me your ever-burning spec? Did you max it? Yes, it's maxed, yeah. Everything apart from ingenuity, because nobody cares about ingenuity. Relative distribution of crafted item results, ignoring multi-craft quantities. Huh. Interesting. You need a big button here that says send to you. I'll poke around with that a little bit more. Right. Let's get those core alloys sent over to be sold. They're not going to make me any gold sat in my bags here, are they? And maybe let's get this dude doing something tailoring while I go make some food. I need him to mass produce some bolts. I need to do unraveling first though. Ooh, gross.
May the eternal sun shine.
Did you max the first wheel in Everburn? Yes. Yeah. 30, 20, 30, 20, 20. Ignore the other one. The first one gives you +3 to all the stats per point spent. So it's, yeah, you want to max that as well. Because plus points, plus stats, more good.
Greetings.
Where are these flipping bismuth rods? Can I get rid of these stupid things? They're in my bags and they're annoying me, the fact they're here.
I have just the thing for you.
Go away. Oh, what? Oh, got to delete every single one of them. Items that you can't sell to a vendor should not exist.
Be careful. Well met.
Has this fixed itself yet? Oh, it's nearly there. So close. Couple of 100 flasks to go. Weird, I don't get why you have such small margins. It's because my blacksmith is also taking today's rates. I have mine set up using auctioneer, not TSM. Which is also not really that representative of the profit I then actually go on to make. Okay, stuff selling. Let's get this dude. Do I have any spools? Not the right spools. I need to unwrap. Oh my god. Can you guys hear that through the microphone? It's seriously raining. Yeah, my noise gate's not kicking in. It's that loud. The sun's out as well. Look, the sun's out and it's absolutely thundering. Gonna be one hell of a rainbow outside. Oh, well, yeah, maybe if I turn the music off, you might have done. Oh, it's stopped now. What weird weather. Unraveling is resourcefulness. That one, go. Right, let me unravel a bunch of this cloth, then I can set it just to make exquisites. And then I can peace out for a while and make some food. It's hard to step away from the auction house though when you got so much stuff to sell. It's been blasting rain for 5 days. Well, I'm in Finland, so it's clearly coming this way. And I live in Western Finland, so yeah, it's probably coming this way. What we can do actually, let's take a little look at these. Woo! Lots posted at 5.8. Huge amounts posted at 5.8. What is all this? Somebody's clearly got their somebody's TSM is clearly set to undercut by 1 silver a piece and post 8 at a time. Somebody clearly knows just how many people need to build 1 piece of gear. And they've settled on the number 8. Clearly. And they've got so much stock they're not bothering to do cancel scans. That's funny. I do the same. Theatre in 2? Oh, I'm not going to make that. Theatre's later in the week job. Too busy. Sun is back. Last week, raining all week, not more than 14 degrees. It was 6 degrees on Sunday. Now it's like plus 15, pouring with rain and sunny. I think global warming's having a small heart attack. I don't know what it's doing. 70k an hour, herbing and mining and leveling. Oh yeah, that's true. If you're able to do it on on level like low level characters as well, get some free level 80s out of it. That's not a bad idea. I guess by the time you've got 5 already and have got the 25% buff, it's actually probably pretty quick as well. You don't mind spending 5 hours leveling a character if you make 300k at the same time, do you really? Make a month of game time, level a character in 5 hours. I mean, it's a bargain when you think about it. A level 80? A level 80 character and a month of game time after 5 hours of farming. Job done. Sold to the highest bidder. First world goblin problems. I have only 2 charges of Everburning. I had 10 at the start of the day and plus 10 on cooldown. Oh dear. Oh dear. You're nearly cooked. Nearly cooked it. It's time for a second blacksmith, yeah. 5 hours if you already have 5 tunes. Well, 6 hours if you don't, 7 hours if you don't, 8 hours if you don't. If you're still making 70k an hour, who cares? That's probably a shout, you know, if you haven't got 5 level 80s. Level 5 characters now. Herbalism and mining. Make a month of game time per character at the same time. I really need to go get some food. I like having this stream in the background with all the TSM sound effects. Gives me the illusion I'm selling stuff. Feel free to live vicariously. Oh, chaos circuits. That's another one. I've run out of null stones though. This is where TSM's having a heart attack. It claims I've got 720 in the war bank. I don't. I have used and sold all of those. Yeah, I know. I can't leave the auction house alone. I keep looking at this list and thinking, I should craft some of those. Chaos circuits fall onto that list very nicely, because that is a good price on chaos circuits today. That is entirely driven by the fact that null stones have gone burr. 750 null stones was not enough. We could do more. Hindsight and all that. Even some of the quality 2 weapon enchants, by the way. Just saying. 300, 400 of the quality, like basic bitch weapon enchants. There's none. There's nothing here. Go craft some. Sell it. There's nothing here. If you can't make this profitable, you're doing it wrong. My dum-dum level enchanter can make those profitable. I just ain't got time. Should have done all of this during the week. Pissed around with delves all day yesterday, and now I don't have enough stuff to sell. Somebody should have told me to get out of delves and stop touching grass and go make some gold. Right, this stack is almost finished. Couple more stacks and then I actually will go get some food. I just desperately want to get a craft all button that's going to last half an hour so I can AFK go get some food. $5,500 is still not a lot. That's still really not a lot of these. Before they go back to 800, there's actually only 2,500 of these. There's only 2,500 of these before they get back to 800. I can categorically tell you now, 2,500 of these flasks in about 3 hours time will sell in about 20 minutes. If I didn't already have 2,500 of them, I'd contemplate it. It's still too early though. The reset on Flasks is still too early. It's weird how it's all about timing with Alchemy. Time it right and you can make out like an absolute bandit. Just one more multi-craft. Just one more post scan. It's like 1,000. Where's it gone? Reagents, herbs, this expansion. 60, 70, 80. Woo! They've gone up. Q1 lure drop. Holy shit. $35. Oh, that's tempting. Where's the dude that's got 500,000 Blessing Blossom? Because he clearly isn't listing it. The quantity of herbs is actually really quite scary, by the way. The fact that this is region-wide numbers. I've said ignore Black Lotus because I don't know why that's there, but I've said this a few times. Considering this is the entire region supply of herbs, it's really scary how few there are. He's waiting, he knows when to sell, he's diamond hands on them clearly. It's really scary that there's less than like 50,000 of a material on the entire region wide. Because there used to be more than that on just a single server. Wondering when Vial of Bountiful Seasons is going to switch to Resourcefulness. Got my alchemist set up to make bank when that happens. Oh, and yeah, because all crafters will all almost instantly try and buy them, yeah. Well, it says winter, doesn't it? So it's whenever the game decides winter starts. Just started buying herbs late at night, cashing out on flasks at 6 to 7 PM, rinsing and repeat. It's pretty consistent profits if you're willing to burn through your whole capital. Yeah, if you can buy enough to actually alter the price for everybody else. That's kind of what you need to do, right? It doesn't matter how much is there. You just need to buy enough to make it more expensive for everybody else. You need to take out like big chunks of the market where possible. It's not often easy to do. We're not resetting Black Lotus, relax. It's an odd thing to have recently sold a lot of. $77,000 Sunless Carapaces at Q1. How have they stacked up so high? How is that so high? 31,000. Hello? That's wishful thinking. I don't know. I'm not gonna do too many shenanigans. I got too much stuff to sell already. Silly how the rank 3 flasks were selling like crazy on Monday at 5.5k. Oh yeah, don't worry, they'll get back there. Don't you worry. Nullstone skyrocketed because the mining quest. The mining quest probably played a part in it, yeah. But don't forget, most miners can just mine their own. That's not really the biggest draw for them. It's the combination of sanctified alloys, Spark Week, and Giga Vault openings for some people this week. And more importantly, a lot of people speculating that that might happen, and so of course the price went bonkers. The price went wild. Still 19,000 of them right now. Somebody's holding on strong here, look. Right, have these finished yet? Nearly. Oof, nearly. I can go get some food in a minute. Right, I love the fact that we've held a relatively steady 2 to 2.5 mil an hour today without actually even getting anywhere near Flask season, which is kind of fun. Means in a couple of hours time when we sell all of these flasks, that's a 4 or 5 million an hour pretty consistently, I reckon. And then that should mean, technically, I have no idea how true any of this is, because I'm not really relying on TSM to track anything. These numbers are bonkers all over the place, but apparently after today we'll have broken even, and then anything we do from this point on is just money. Assuming to TSM. I'm pretty sure if I liquidated all of my stock I'd be sky high, but I ain't got a clue. Whoa! My bolts are at the front of the market, it looks like. I don't even know. We count the gold when we stop crafting. That's how. Considering I spent 25 million gold in the first week and a half, to have caught that back up already, I'm happy with. I wish TSM did track our sales properly though. It'd be really interesting to see just what our turnover's been for the last few days. Right, anyway, boys and girls, I've said this about 500 times, but I am actually going to do it now. now that I've put myself in the position to press craft all on these. I'm going to go get myself some food. I may or may not be back later. I have not yet decided. I might throw the stream up a little bit later today. I'm not sure. Depends how I feel. Either way, thank you very much for joining. We'll probably be, what day is it tomorrow? It's Thursday. We'll be back again tomorrow, same time, same place. Maybe we'll do a bit of a mailbox opening tomorrow. See what we actually ended up doing after the end of today. But yeah, best of luck selling all of your wares. Please don't cancel scan against me too hard. If you play on Team NA, please crash markets, do what you want. I don't play over there, I don't care. But yeah, have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'll catch you all next time. Peace.